Okay. So I could see that there is a glitch in my mesh in the internet. So that is the reason I just got disconnected. So probably I'm just connecting from my mobile data. I think it's a temporary. Once my Wi-Fi is stable, I'll connect to that. Okay. Am I audible? Yes. Is there any lag?
No, it is. It's good.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Yes. So there will be a WhatsApp group also be created by next week. Okay. Once they finalize the participants, they would be creating a WhatsApp group, and I will also be added. If you have any questions, you can ask there. You can discuss. Okay. So because we will be doing a lot of assignments and labs in the session, so like homework. Yeah. So if you have any questions, you can just interact with your team members, etc. Yeah. So going forward, I'll also know about you slowly. But for now, I'll start with the session without further ado. So today's agenda is introduction to cloud, the cloud computing. And we will see what is AWS, the history of AWS, how AWS got started, the global infrastructure of AWS. Yeah, the basic terminology which you need to understand in order to start with AWS. And I will also create an AWS account. I would allow you to create an AWS account. What are the steps which you need to take care? Yeah. And if we have further time, I'll also start with an AWS service. Okay. And this course, I would be starting from basics. Don't worry if you are not aware of cloud and all. Okay. So if you're a fresher or if you're an experienced, that's absolutely fine. I would take care. Yeah.
Okay.
Now coming to the course material. So please remind me at the end of the session, I will share you a drive link where you will see the materials which I would be covering, or I mean to say the presentations which I would be sharing. Yeah. And the assignments which I would be giving you. And the technology requirements, what is the minimum requirements of your system should be there in order to take or in order to practice AWS. Okay. So I would request everyone to be on mute when you're not speaking or if you don't have any questions. Okay. You can raise your hand if you have any questions. You can use the chat or you can just unmute and then you can ask. Yeah. So just to avoid the background noise, guys. Of course, I cannot mute myself to avoid if I have any background noise, but you can do it, correct? Perfect. Now let's start with our first module, which is Introduction to Cloud Computing. Yeah. So I'll share my screen. Let me share my complete screen. Okay. I hope you're able to see my whiteboard. Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. And you guys can be very interactive. It should not be like a one way. You guys can respond to me, yeah, whenever I ask any questions, and feel free to answer or ask any question. So please don't hesitate because we are all learning, even including me. Yeah. So it is just that I have learned before you. That is the reason I'm teaching you. But otherwise, I'm like very much same as you before a few years. Correct. So you can ask any kind of question related to AWS, and I'm also a consultant. So you can ask any questions related to your career, like which path you need to go, etc., etc. Okay. Anyways, there's a slide explicitly where I would be explaining about it. At that time, you can ask your questions. And don't worry if you're new to AWS or a fresher. I just recommend or suggest you to go through this recording multiple times if you're new to IT. Okay. Now, let's understand the cloud now. What do you think of cloud? Any inputs, please? Anyone? What is cloud?
Yeah, can I?
It's a virtual workspace wherein we can have your machines created and access them.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, correct. It's a virtual space where we restore all data and run the virtual machines.
Okay.
And also it's available easy and we can expand easily because we have multiple resources are there on the cloud.
Uh-huh.
Or we can access from anywhere.
Okay.
Kind of infrastructure sharing infrastructure.
Infrastructure over the internet.
Okay, perfect.
Scale up and down
Nice.
as per the requirement.
Okay, scalability.
Cost efficient.
Cost efficient. Mhm. So cost, scalability, where we can access to the internet, this is fine, this is fine. So the other ones are basically the advantage of cloud. But what exactly is the cloud? Whatever you said, the cost efficiency we have, up and down, going up and down, scalability we have, we can access from anywhere, that's fine. But what exactly is the cloud? So these are the advantages. The other ones are all just advantages.
Cloud is a service. So you can use any service in the cloud. It's a you can say it's a pay as a service, like a Gmail, like that.
So it's again a feature of it. But what exactly is the cloud? Don't worry, please try. Okay, different perspectives. I want you to think in different perspectives because see, after this program, I am trying to create a foundation in such a way that even if you want to learn any other services or any skill, you should be able to. Believe me, I'll make it this way. It is just that you need to commit to this training 100%. Okay.
Yeah.
Open source machine. So when we say open source, what exactly is open source? It's free for everyone, right? Server. So cloud is a server. Yeah, correct in some sense.
Yes, I can host your application through in the server cloud.
Okay, that's again the use of cloud.
Yeah, basically, if you're running any kind of application through cloud and you're able to access from all the from all the world, then I think so that also the part of cloud, right? Like
that's why I mean we can host your system
can access from
anywhere in the world.
Okay. So cloud is a set of data centers.
Anupama, your voice is not feeble.
As an AWS, because in AWS training, my voice is not clear.
No,
it's clear, but
we are unable to hear a voice. We are unable to hear a voice properly.
Okay.
We used to lose your voice for.
Yeah, this is all because of this internet. Give me a moment, okay? 1 minute.
Yeah.
Sure.
It should be fine now. I think my Wi-Fi got reconnected. Am I clear, please?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Yes. I can have the voice clearly.
Perfect. So yeah, and I wanted to also say one more thing. In Zoom, what happens is I could see only in Zoom. Suddenly, my voice will go low. Okay. So again, if you can just let me know, I will change my microphone and then it works fine. So it happens sometimes. And if my voice go low, you can just immediately let me know. Okay. So now it is just because of internet, because I connected through mobile data. Yeah. But going forward, you can just let me know whenever my voice, suddenly go low. Yeah. Now, coming back to the cloud, cloud is a set of data centers owned by a cloud service provider. If someone else is owning the data centers. How can we access it? We access through internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. Okay, cloud is a set of data centers owned by a cloud service provider where we can access these data centers through internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. Now you know what is cloud. Cloud is again like any other data centers, but it is just that it is owned by a cloud service provider. Okay, now guys, please go on mute. So if you're accessing the cloud for compute, for storage, for database, so on and so forth, it's called cloud computing. Cloud is a set of data centers, and if you're accessing the data centers for some reason, for storage, for compute power, okay, for databases, it's called cloud computing. Okay, now we will see why cloud. We have just seen what is cloud. Now we'll see why cloud, why organizations are moving to cloud. What are the advantages of cloud? In simple terms, why we are here learning a cloud, like learning about a cloud service provider.
We can store data in different areas. So if any disaster comes, we can back up the our data. I mean, organization data.
Definitely, yes.
These services are managed services. That's the main reason we go, like majority of the companies are migrating to cloud. We just should take care of our data and the infra would be taken care by service provider.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
And less maintenance.
Correct. Yes, definitely. Cool, guys. Looks like you know a lot of the things.
Security purpose.
Correct. We can store as much as absolutely, absolutely.
And 99.99% downtime.
Okay.
Availability.
Availability. Yes, yes, yes. Got it. Now let's see the advantage of.
We can
Sorry?
easily expand. We can easily expand resources.
Yes. Correct. Now let's see the advantage of cloud with some examples. Okay. Now, if you want to start a business, any business of that kind, let's assume I want to start a cloth business. What is the first thing which is required apart from name, plan, website, place? What is the first thing which is required apart from the idea or the plan or the website or the place?
You're talking about hardware is required first?
We require infra.
Santosh, on-prem is basically on-premises, means organizations usually, like, let's assume I want to start a company. Okay, so they would have, I will have my own kind of data centers. So I own them. It's an on-prem, like on my premises, I have my own kind of data centers. Okay.
So you're asking what is required in on-prem?
No. So Santosh is asking what is on-prem. So I'm just answering it. So my question to you is, what if I want to start a business? If I want to start a business, for example, a cloth business, what is the first thing which is required apart from name, plan, website, place?
Internet.
Before that?
Platform.
Before infrastructure.
We want place where we are going to.
As I said, apart from that. But before that, what is required?
Server room, data center.
Server.
Before we can planning what exactly we're going to do.
So someone said as money. Okay, 1 second. See, apart from name, hold on, guys. So apart from name, plan, website, infrastructure, first of all, you have to have some money because you're starting a business. Yeah, that's the right answer, in fact. Okay, so you have to have some capital so that I can get clothes, I can rent a place. Okay, I can have my infrastructure, I can have my internet. But for all the things, what is required? Capital. Yes. Now let's assume I want to start a software company. Of course, I need capital for my infrastructure, which contains my servers. To keep the servers, I need a room. If it's a big, it's called a building or a data center. To maintain the servers, I need cooling fans. I need an expert to maintain my data centers. Yes, hardware, team, network, security, so and so forth. The list will go on. Okay. Santosh will explicitly talk about private cloud. Okay. So as I just said, on-premises is basically, if you want to start, if any organization is having their own kind of data centers, it's called on-premises. Okay. Sometimes, in some sense, it's also called private cloud. We will see explicitly. Okay. So on-premises is before cloud, what they used to do, they used to have their own kind of data centers, where if I want to start a business or a software company, I need an infrastructure which has all these components. Now, once I am done with my infrastructure, once my infrastructure is ready, then I would start the business. For example, if it's a clothes business, I have to make sure I have a place. I have to get some clothes from wholesale. I have to make sure that my infrastructure is ready, the ambience of my shop, etc. And then I would look for clients. I would look for customers to come and buy my clothes, right? The same way. So if I'm starting a software company, I need an infrastructure which has all these components, and then I look for clients. For example, if a client is looking for a Java application, and I will go and hire as Java developers as an organization. Yes. But before you start your business itself, you need to invest. You need to invest in your infrastructure. Now, if you move to cloud, I said cloud itself is a set of data centers having all these components owned by cloud service provider. Now, if you are moving to cloud, do you think you need to invest again in your infrastructure? Absolutely not. So you'll have zero capex, zero capital expenditure. Capital expenditure. So you need not worry about investing in your infrastructure. Okay, I don't invest, then how do I pay? You will have operational cost, operational expenditure. I would compare this OPEX with the electricity bill which you'll be paying on every month. Whatever you use, definitely on summer you'll get more current bill, right? Of course. So whatever we use, we pay, right? At the same way, in the cloud, if you use a server for an hour, a day, week, month, or a year, accordingly, for whatever you're using, pay as you go. I'll justify this term multiple times, okay? So you will have only the operational cost. You're just paying for whatever you're using it. Okay, it's like on-premises is like buying an air conditioner. Okay, you buy it, spending some sort of thousands of rupees, you keep it, and you would be using only in summer, 3 to 4 months. And after that, it will be just idle. But moving to cloud is renting an air conditioner. Okay, so you rent it, probably you'll be paying for every month, like in summer, like 3 to 4 months. And once it is done, you will give back that air conditioner to the owner, right? The same way, the cloud service provider will have the servers with them. Okay, whenever you want it, you can access, of course, through internet. And once you're done with the server, you would just give back virtually to the cloud service provider. So for whatever time you use it, you would be paying it. So you'll have operational cost, not the capital.
So here the main thing is the maintenance, everything will taken care by cloud service providers, right?
Yes, I'll come to that as well. Yes, yes. Now let's assume I've started an organization in 2018 and I have 1,000 employees. Okay, so for these employees, I have 2 servers. And in 19, I'm estimating that I would be getting 1,000 more. And before I start with 2019, I would get 2 more servers. And in 2020, I'm estimating that I'll be getting 1,000 more. And before I start with 2020, I got 2 more servers. 2 more servers. Now, first of all, why I need to estimate and get the servers before I start with the year? Because to make a server ready, it will take weeks or months together. So if you are estimating a certain period of a certain number of employees, you have to get your servers few weeks or months before. Okay. Now, if you take a real-time example, we all know what happened in 2020. That is the reason we are still wearing masks. Yes. So in 2020, for whatever it may be the reason, the organizations, they stopped hiring. Instead, they started firing. But I estimated that in 2020, I would be getting 1,000 more, and I got the servers spending lakhs of rupees. Now, what will happen to these servers? They're just idle. And I'm not getting any revenue out of it. For whatever it may be the reason, my estimation went wrong. Okay. Now, what if I move to cloud? I can spin a server in just minutes. I need not wait for weeks or months together to get a server. So whenever I need a server, I can just straight away spin it. And it would be ready in just minutes. I need not wait for weeks or months. Okay. Another example, whatever it may be the year, I have 2 servers for my existing employees. Okay. And I'm expecting interns. Okay. And I'm expecting some 500 people. So because my existing servers are utilized by the existing employees, for these interns, I got 1 more server. Now these internship would be there for example, 3 to 6 months in my company. Now, what will happen to this server after 3 to 6 months? Is the same story. My servers would be idle. Okay. I have to wait for other employees to use my servers. But if you move to cloud, whenever you want it, you can spin a server. Whenever you don't want it, you can just go and terminate it. That means we have flexibility. We have flexibility in the cloud. Okay. Another example. Let's assume I want to deploy an application called Netflix. Yeah. Well-known application. Yes. I want to deploy this application on premises. Okay. Now I'm going to ask you a question, guys. Listen to this carefully. So according to the number of users at certain periods, like from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., according to the number of users at this time, I need 3 servers. from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. This time is basically a morning hours. There will be people who would be working, and we can still see people who would be watching Netflix. Okay. At this time, I need 3 servers. And from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m., done with office, people will just go and relax, and the number of users would increase at this time. And I need 2 more servers, which is 5 servers at this time. From 1 a.m. till 9 a.m. sleeping time, people will be getting ready to office in the morning. The number of users would drastically reduce. And according to the number of users, I just need 1 server. Now, if I want to deploy this application in on-premises with this kind of use case, how many servers I need?
5.
8 servers.
So
5 would be enough.
9 servers.
5 would be enough, because at any point of time, 5 satisfy the need, because I need 3 servers, I have 5. I need 5, I have 5. I need 1, I have 5. So at any point of time, 5 servers should satisfy the need. Logical question.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Now, if I can draw a graph, over a period of time, the number of users or the servers are actually varying. For example, if I can take this example, I need 5 servers. Okay, so at one point of time, I need 3, and then 1, I need 5. So because the number of users are varying, my number of servers are also varying. Now, what if there is an increase in the number of users? I need to get 1 more server. If there is another increase, more increase, maybe I need to get another server. Now, let's assume I have 5 servers, but suddenly there is an increase in the number of users. What will happen? The overutilization of the servers will take place. Okay, if I have only 5 servers, but suddenly the capacity got increased, the number of users got increased. So the overutilization of the servers will take place. When I say overutilization, it doesn't mean that the servers will go more beyond and utilize more. It is just that the servers will stop responding. Okay, for example, if you take your phone and if you're trying to access 2 gaming applications, which takes lots of memory, like beyond its capacity, you're trying to open it. What will happen? Your phone will hang up, right?
Yeah, non-responsive.
It just stops responding. The same way, if you have more users than the number of servers, it just stops responding. The overutilization of the servers will take place. In simple terms, the server crashes. Okay. Now, if you take the space between the dotted line and the graph is underutilization. Yes, I need 5 servers, but I'm using only 3 at this time. There are 2 servers which are underutilized. Yes, I need 5, but I'm using only 1. There are 4 servers which are underutilized at this time. So there is an underutilization happening at some point of time. And the space below this graph is the complete utilization. All the time, I'm using 1 server 24/7. So there will be a complete utilization also. So if you deploy an application like Netflix where you have inconsistency in the number of users, you may see overutilization, but you would definitely see the underutilization and complete utilization. Okay, so why I said you may see overutilization? Because usually the organizations will never want to be in this stage. Even though client needs 5 servers, they will get 6 or 7, because if in case that leads to underutilization, right? So organizations will try to avoid this overutilization part. So to avoid the overutilization, they would have the underutilization. Of course, there will be complete utilization as well. What if we move to cloud? According to the number of users, we can increase and decrease the servers. Let me introduce you 2 more terms, which is scalability and elasticity. Okay, so whenever you want it, you can scale. You don't want it, it can be elastic to shrink back also. Okay, so if you want 3 servers, okay, fine, now 3. Now I want 5, okay, I'll be adding 2 more. Now I want only 1, fine, you'll be paying for only 1 server. Again, pay as you go. It's like a rubber band. You want it, you can expand. Otherwise, you leave it, it will shrink back.
So in cloud, this will happen automatically, right? As you can say, dynamic capacity management. So whenever the server gets idle, so overload ones will get occupied, right?
We need to enable that. So there is an option where we can, so there is a privilege to use it. Okay. So by default, AWS will not add. Okay. You just need to enable that option. Then yes.
Okay. Then what about the TCO part? This it will be cost effective for the organization, right?
Correct. It's a cost effective. That is a reason. It's advantage in cloud, right?
Yeah.
Yes, definitely cost.
Okay, got it. Yeah, thanks.
Now let's assume I started my business in 2010. So I started with 1 server. Okay. Yeah, it's auto scaling. Now,
but auto scaling also has some limitation, right?
Like,
see, like you told that, for example, I'm assuming that my Netflix users going to hit more than 5 servers. So by default, I will, in auto scaling, I'll decide, okay, just go to up to 10. But if I get more than that, then auto scaling also going to be crash.
So who is enabling that 10?
See, I'm going to decide, see, in
Correct.
Azure.
No. That's okay. That's okay. Fine. Don't worry about that. So basically it's too advanced now. It's too early. But what I would say is you would be enabling it as 10. So who decides? The customer. So what I said is you have the privilege to enable it. So you want to keep it 10, you want to keep it 15, 20. AWS will never gonna say no. Correct? So you have a privilege. Is that a limitation of auto scaling, or we just don't go beyond it?
For example, see, actually I'm working in Daily Hunt. Okay. So I'm just seeing all the Daily Hunt servers. So you guys know Daily Hunt, it's a news application. So
Daily Hunt. Yeah. Correct. I
I'm
know
working
it, yes.
in that. Yeah, I'm a senior engineer there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working in a server side. So what will happen? So now Daily Hunt is working in minimum servers. The minimum servers also more than 15K servers.
Okay.
Okay. When elections will happen, that servers will go double. Like, that time it's auto scaling also will get filled, because per second we will see, at least 1 million connections. So because of that, still we are not able to achieve that, because every time we'll do something and and because of number of requests, users, people are watching live video and everything, that application will get crashed.
Correct.
Because
So at that time, what you are supposed to do is there should be an active person or a team who would be monitoring this auto scaling beyond its capacity. We can edit it. Okay. We can change the values. I completely
actually we'll sit more than 150 team while elections time. Trust me, this will happen in few seconds.
So you know it, right? Whenever elections time happens and all. So probably you can just enable it few hours before and all. So, and I'm just trying to give a solution. Okay. So what we can do is we can try to accommodate those many users.
Actually, we are just trying to achieve so many things because it's not running in cloud. So many things are there. I think so.
I completely
like for example,
agree.
CDS,
Aslam. So I wanted to ask you, we can enable the capacity. The limitation is with auto scaling, or we are not doing it. That's the only question I have. I'm trying to say that. So I'm trying to say that it is not the limitation of an auto scaling. It is just that we don't have the time, or we are not able to go to the accommodate those many users by increasing the capacity. But AWS is happy to give more and more servers. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. So now let's assume, looks like we have experts in the session. Cool. We'll learn a lot.
I have a question actually.
Yes,
so we asked right this auto scaling. So how will come to know whether it's overload or not? Because I'm working in SAP HANA application in a HANA database. So we also face some issues in a database. So database will get overloaded. Then so that time we have like automated DCM. It's a dynamic capacity management. So the idle servers, it will take over automatically. So which are the servers it's idle, so it will take over automatically, and this load will becomes normal. So this auto scaling is
automation. They are doing the automation. So if you ask me how do we do it, so what they would do is they will write a script on the overloading of the server. See, whenever you say overloading, it's all about CPU rising.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So they will write the script accordingly. If the CPU rises beyond this point, trigger the script. The script will have like adding more servers, accommodating those load or compensating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because in our case, right, we don't know exactly how customers are using, because customers can access our services anytime. So they can, our business is marketing. So we may get overload in any kind of situations or any time also. So that is reason. So what he asked, that is, he already knows, right? He gave the example in the election time. So he can assume that that server may overload. So in that case, we don't know, right? Exactly when we'll get overload.
So
see, actually, I want to give this answer. What will happen? And that depends. Only is not a server things. Depend of number of requests also the same time. See, what will happen? We are using database, right? Not only server. So like the same time, people are just trying to access. They're just trying to filling form and they're uploading some documents and this all. So what will happen? Network also will get crashed. Only server role is not there in this. You know, it is depends on your network, how much GB is going to support the data center, everything.
Correct. Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
So I think so when she's going to explain everything, then you will be having clear picture how basics going to work, like how server and any application is going to run in backend.
Yeah.
Solutions architect is all about creating the solutions by building the infrastructure. Okay. So we will see this auto scaling part also. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Now let's assume that I have started a business in 2010 and I have a server. Usually, whenever a business is started, they don't get hundreds of servers before. They start with one, and then usually, according to the requirement, they would add one more, and one more, and so on. Right. So the same way, in 2011, I got one more server. Okay. So and so forth. By 2022, I have 20 to 25 servers. Now, if you say a server, each and every server will have a lifespan. You take your phone, you can use it for 3 to 4 years. It is not that you can't use beyond that, you can still use it. It is just that you would see the performance issues going forward beyond 3 to 4 years. The same way, if you have a server can be used for 3 to 4 years. You can still extend to 6 to 7 years, but the performance would be degraded. So what I need to do is I need to replace or refresh my hardware for every 3 to 4 years. So when I say replace, first thing is again I need to invest. So this is an old one. I have to replace it with a new one. But the second thing is, after 3 to 4 years, I would be in a continuous repetition of refreshing my previous year's hardware. Okay, so for example, probably in 13 or 14, I would be refreshing which I got in 2010. In 14, I would be refreshing which I got in 2011. So after 3 to 4 years, I would be keep on refreshing my previous year's hardware. I have to have a log to like in which year I got this server and I need to replace it. So this is basically called a maintenance and just a part of it. Okay, so it's called a maintenance, making sure that your infrastructure is running efficiently. Okay, now what if we move to cloud? In cloud, we don't have data centers only. First of all, we don't have a servers. We don't own any servers. Where is the maintenance part? So who would be taking care of it? It's their headache. Okay, so you can concentrate on your core business instead of maintaining data center operations. Okay, so you can just like concentrate on how to expand to your clients, how to improve your product instead of maintaining these data center operations. Okay.
We calculate server capacity. Like suppose if it is a small business, we use big.
Rohit, you are breaking, Rohit. If you're asking a question, please use the chat, okay? I can't hear you. So auto scaling, there is a auto scaling also should be defined by the client, I think. No, client is not going to define by auto scaling. So the architect would be defining this auto scaling part, okay? In on-premises, the hardware support team will be taking care of it. Okay, or we also call them as architects only. It is just that like on-prem architects. Okay. And the last advantage is go global in minutes. Okay. So let's assume I'm in India. I have an organization, well-established one. Now I want to expand globally. So I want to start with US. So what I would do, I'll travel to US. I look up for a place where I can have my data centers. Of course, I may have some strategy, but to have my data centers ready, it will take 1 or 2 years. And then I would spin my applications, I would look for a client, and then I'll start my business here itself. Parallelly or one by one, I would expand globally. Right? But if you move to cloud, because the cloud service providers the cloud service providers are already having their data centers globally. Okay. You can just sit wherever you are because anywhere you're accessing through internet. Okay. So you can just sit wherever you are and you can expand your business in different parts of the world using AWS data centers in just minutes. Okay, I repeat, because the cloud service provider is already having the data centers globally, you can just sit wherever you are and you can spin your applications in their data centers in just minutes because you're accessing from internet. Okay. So just to travel from India to US, it will take hours, but we can expand our business globally in just minutes. Okay. So here are some of the main advantages. Why cloud? Why organizations are very much interested in moving to cloud? A major advantages. Okay. So any questions, please? So Rohit is asking, how do we calculate server capacity? So that has to be done manually initially, like how many servers I would be using, my application would be using it. Okay. And accordingly, you would be defining the number of servers which you need. Okay. Any other questions?
Anupam, I just want to add one more point here about the globalization of servers. So recently, one of our client was interested in having servers in a region where their own network, like own servers are located. So and our servers were located in South Central, and their network was in East Coast. So they request us to move our servers from South Central to East Coast. It was just a one-click solution for them. We did not have to take a downtime, move servers from one location to another location. Just because the servers were on cloud, we just have to move from, like, we just have to change the region, and servers were in their own region. So there was less latency in the connections.
Exactly. That's right. So AWS is having different services where it can support, and we can also have, see, if you are working in an organization where there is an AWS project, there will be an AWS expert team who would be helping you for the project depending upon the plan you take. So when you're opting for AWS services, you can define what kind of plan you're looking for. So according to the plan, we will again discuss on that. So you can get expert advices from them. Yeah. So Chitra is asking, is it just one data center of the service provider working globally, or we need to acquire data center with respect to the geo? They have their data centers globally. It is not that one data center is providing access. No, they have their data centers globally. And wherever we are, we can access those data centers near to us. We will again talk about how AWS global infrastructure is created, okay? So will there be any delay in accessing servers which are located in US? So now when I say expanding my business to US, so it is just that I am trying to increase the clients in this US location so that if I have my own data centers, they can access with low latency. Now, because the cloud service provider is already having their data centers in US region, I will deploy my application in their data centers. Anyways, it is near to my clients, they will be able to access with low latency. But if you ask me, Rohit, from India, do I have latency issues if I want to access the US servers? Yes. That is the reason AWS has not kept their data centers in one place. They have distributed across. Understood? Chitra, did I answer your question? So guys, if I answered any question, so I would expect an yes or understood in the chat so that I would know that you understood, okay? Yeah, I am very much, into this part, okay? If you have asked any question, make sure that you acknowledge that so that I would know it. Yeah, perfect, perfect. Now let's move to the slides. Now that we learned what is cloud, now you know what is cloud, the correct example. Okay. And also cloud computing. Yeah. And we have also seen the advantage of cloud, like there is no CapEx. You'll have only the operational expenditure, OpEx. We have flexibility in capacity with speed and agility. You need not worry about maintaining the data center operations. Instead, you can concentrate on your core business. We can go global in minutes. Okay, that's what we discussed so far. Now let's talk about virtualization. So can someone tell me what is virtualization?
Virtualization means we can run multiple machines on a single appliance, like as a single virtual, single server is true. So,
yes. That's okay. You can give more and more inputs, guys. So if someone has already answered, you can give
sharing resources. Kind of one server, we can raise multiple virtual machines where the server resource will be shared across the VMs.
Yeah, correct. Online availability, yes.
Yeah.
Instance of physical resources, yes. Let's assume a server hardware, or you take your laptop. Your laptop will have some hardware components, majorly the CPU, memory, which is basically called as RAM, storage, like the disks, and the network card, NIC card, where we can connect to internet, etc. Okay, so single hardware system with multiple operating system, absolutely, absolutely. So now let's assume you have a laptop with these hardware components. To interact with the hardware components, you need a software, which is an operating system. Okay. Now, virtualization is basically having a virtualization layer on top of it. Okay, it can be a VMware or a hypervisor. It can be a virtual box. Yeah. Okay, so there are many virtualization layers. Okay. Now, this virtualization layer will allow us to create multiple virtual machines. VMs. So this virtual machines is also an operating system only. These are guest operating systems. These are also an operating system. This virtual machine will also have the CPU, memory, storage, network card, even this one, and they will be sharing from this main hardware component. Okay, so they would be sharing, they would be logically sharing these hardware components. Because this operating system is hosting these virtual machines, this is called a host operating system. Okay, and this host operating system is directly sharing the hardware components, and these virtual machines are logically sharing these hardware components through virtualization layer. This is responsible for that. This is allowing us to create multiple operating systems on a single machine. Let's take your laptop. You might be using Windows or Linux or Mac. Okay, so while using Windows, for example, will you be able to access the Mac or the Linux operating system? Without virtualization, no. Okay. So this virtualization is solving that problem, having multiple operating systems on a single server. Let's assume I have two applications. One application will work best on Windows and other one is on Linux. So ideally, I would virtualize my machine and I will have a Windows operating system here and a Linux operating system. While I'm creating a virtual machine, I can define how much compute power and the storage, the memory I wanted. So if you choose the memory and the storage, automatically the compute power would be shared. So if you take a simple example, if this is of around 100 TB, you can just give some 35 TB to this Windows. Linux is lightweight, so you just need 20 TB. Okay, the remaining can be utilized by this host operating system. Some 45 TB. Okay, so if you ask me how many virtual machines I can create, it depends on your hardware capacity, how many it can handle it. Of course, just creating is not enough. You should be able to use it with low latency, with good performance. Okay, so we can create multiple virtual machines on a single hardware, a single host computer. Okay. So virtualization is basically creating a virtual format of the hardware and the software. Yeah. Now, why we are talking about virtualization in cloud computing? Now, I said cloud is set of data centers like this, where you have the servers. Okay. Owned by a cloud service provider. But do we have physical control over these data centers? No. We can access through internet. Of course, through internet we can access it, but how? By using virtualization. So what the cloud service provider will do, they will virtualize their servers according to our requirement. They will create a virtual machine and will give access to us. So if you are using cloud computing, you are using virtualization technology. Okay. But it is not other way around. Means if you are using virtualization, it doesn't mean that you are using cloud computing. So it's like this. I think I'm comfortable with this. So let's assume when we say virtualization, we can virtualize any server. Cloud is also using virtualization. So cloud is a subset of virtualization. So virtualization can happen in on-prem also. Your local machine also. Okay. So we can virtualize any server The cloud service providers is using virtualization to give access to us remotely through internet. Okay, so let me rephrase my statement. If you are using cloud, you are using virtualization technology. But if you are using virtualization, it doesn't mean that you are using cloud. So, Rajendra is asking, if the virtual machine got problem, will that affect the host operating system? No. No. So a part of it is having a problem within this. They are logically isolated. Okay. So from this virtual machine, you never know that there is it's a virtual machine and you're trying to you never know it's a virtual machine, and you cannot access this host operating system components from this virtual machine. They're isolated. Isolated. Okay. So it's not a problem answering your question. How save our data in AWS servers? We'll talk about it. Okay. Ma'am, my video screen not working. Why your video should work? You should be able to see my screen. That's it. Ganesh? What do you mean by videos? You need not keep your video on, right? We are all on just in microphone. Okay. So, Rajendra, as I said, they are isolated, so it will not impact the other VMs as well. Okay. So that is a beauty, in fact, about the virtualization. They're isolated. It doesn't impact each other. Okay. Yeah. So coming to the benefits of virtualization, you have a greater importance in cloud computing. According to our requirement, AWS will create a virtual machine, will give access to us, and it reduces capital and operational cost. Okay. Because here, in this case, instead of maintaining 2 servers, you just need to maintain 1 server. So obviously the cost, in terms of cost also, it would be less if you go for virtualization. There should be one team who would be managing only 1 server instead of 2. Okay. Now, when we say virtualization, we have types of virtualization, 2 types, hosted and bare metal. Okay. So can you give another example of virtualization? See, when you say example, I think I said that any organization can use virtualization. Okay. And in a single server, you can deploy any kind of application in different operating systems. First of all, you need to understand the concept of virtualization. That's it. Okay. It is just that having multiple operating systems on a single server. Okay. That is a concept of virtualization. And how you use it is completely up to you. Okay. So probably I will deploy Gmail application on this VM. I'll deploy Facebook application. I know. Just an example I'm saying, because you asked for example. Okay, so you can deploy different kinds of application. They're just in operating systems. They're different operating systems. Okay, so it's like this. I have my machine. Okay. I'm using Windows. Another example. Okay. Now that I'm very much comfortable because the GUI, I'm able to access everything, whatever I want to, but I wanted to learn Linux. I don't have any other machine. If I have enough capacity in my local machine, I can install this virtualization layer like VM, that virtual box, and I can install this Linux operating system on my machine, and I can work on Linux as well in parallel. Okay, Ramya, did I answer? Yes, satisfied. Cool. So even in our laptop, we can use exactly. Thank you, Kiran. Thank you. Yes, yes. Now, when we say types, so we have hosted and bare metal. Okay. So in hosted architecture, you will have a host operating system. Okay. Now, it's the same thing which I explained, hardware, a host operating system. There is an application host operating system. You have a virtualization layer, a virtual machine, and application on VM also. It's the same thing which I just explained on the whiteboard. It is just that on host operating system also there is an application. Why can't I have it? For example, I have my own laptop. I have a lot of applications, not just one. For example, Zoom. I have a Zoom application in that. I have my Teams. I have Gmail. Yes. And I can have my Linux operating system. And I can run my own applications like Ubuntu related applications I can run on here. Okay. Now, one way of virtualization is basically where they will get a hardware. They will create an operating system, either Windows or Mac or Linux. And then they will deploy an application on this, like a Java application, for example. And I can go for virtualization layer, VM, and then I can go for .NET application or Python application. Yes, I can. So I'm using both. I'm using two operating systems because the Python is very much good on Linux. I mean, as an example, it's good on Windows also, but I'm just saying that. Let's assume this application is very much compatible with Linux. So what I would do, I would have a Linux operating system, and here I will have a Windows, and then I will deploy this application. I can run it. Yes, it's one way of doing virtualization. Another way is on top of the hardware straight away, you can have a virtualization layer. See, there is no host operating system. It is missing here. Another way is you can straight away have your virtualization layer on top of the hardware. Only few virtualization layers are support this way. Okay. And you will have all virtual machines. This is basically a console where you need to manage the virtual machines, right? Just an interface. Okay. So this is another way of virtualization. Nothing is good or bad. It is just depending upon our use case, we would use it. For example, I can use hosted architecture. I'm using already a Windows and I can have a virtualization layer. I can have a Linux. I can use hosted. But in my home, I cannot go for bare metal because bare metal needs a different infrastructure. On directly on hardware, I have to have, I mean, when I say it is not possible, it is just not, I mean, it doesn't mean that I cannot do it. It is just that it's too complex for me to do it. But this is easy, no? I'm already using Windows and I can just install a simple software and I can go for it. So usually organizations will go for bare metal. Organizations will use hosted also. They use both. Okay. And when to use what? It depends. It depends on their requirement, what virtualization layer they're using. Is there having any cost effective thing? Okay. So they do have a team who is working on different virtualization layers. A lot of parameters would, come here when we say choosing an what type of virtualization architecture. Okay. So let me see if I have any questions. Like Windows OS, we have to buy, right? So is that same with VM that has Windows operating system? Exactly. Yes. For example, if you're having Windows and if you want to have a VM of Windows, I don't think why you need to have a VM again of Windows. You can straight away use it here, right? So instead you can have Linux here. See, I mean, if you want to isolate and I only want Windows, yeah, fine. It is not wrong. It's not wrong. Okay. In Linux, we also have community versions where you can download them for free and you can do it. You can also have commercial versions where you can buy and use it. Of course, license is licensing. You have to have.
Bare metal architecture, like how the resource utilization will be managed when we do not have a host operating system.
So there will be an interface. So this is what service console. There will be another machine who would be taking care of it. Means there will be an interface, means a console where it can see what are all the status of these virtual machines. Okay.
This allocation will happen. Will we be having any software to
Yes.
accommodate it? Okay.
Yes, like that. A console, yes, correct. So does we have both options of architecture in AWS? Yes, it in fact, it doesn't matter actually. We don't care, in fact.
AWS, I think so they are using their own virtualizations OS.
Yes.
For local, we will use VMware, and other open source is available. VMware is you have to pay, and other applications are there like Proxmox, KVM. So many virtualizations OS is available free.
Yeah. Correct. So will we go and demo in bare metal? Muthu Krishnan. Simple. See, we are actually here to learn AWS, okay? So I'm just giving some sort of introduction to virtualization so that you would know that, okay, so virtualization will be used by AWS in that way. And just for more information, I just added 2 more types of virtualization happens in the slide. Okay. So we'll concentrate more on AWS only. Yeah.
I don't Anish the side actually.
Yes, please.
Actually, as you mentioned, so both are used in the virtualization like as a hosted architecture and bare metal. Which is better for you?
I think I already addressed this. Nothing is good or bad, depending upon your use case, you use it. Okay. For example, if you want to buy a product, so you would be choosing Amazon Shopping and Flipkart. So if I would ask you what is better, so you would compare the cost with the same product, right? You would compare the cost and you would compare the delivery time. Likewise, in host and bare metal, you would see what is the cost of virtualization layers, what is the compatibility for my requirement, like for my organizations.
Okay.
Ultimately, both are providing the virtualization technology. Now, coming to the types of cloud computing. So cloud computing is usually described in one of 2 ways, either based on the deployment model or on the service that the cloud is offering. Based on the service model, we can talk about infrastructure as a service, a platform as a service, and a software as a service. Okay. I'm sorry. So this can be best explained with the comparison. Okay. If you take on-premises, please understand. If you take on-premises from the scratch till the application, you need to manage it. Everything. But if you go for infrastructure as a service, till the infrastructure, like making sure that they have the servers, it has capacity of storage, networking, virtualization, and they will give you a virtual machine from here till the application, you would be managing it. So they will give you infrastructure, the physical one, as a service. Someone is giving you a service, you utilize it. If it is a platform as a service, the infrastructure service is basically used by organizations. Okay. If you go for platform as a service, this is for developers. Usually what developers know, they can develop an application, they can write a code. They can, allow us to access that application. Okay, but they may not be knowing how this virtualization works, what are the hardware components which are there, what are the softwares which are required. They may not be knowing it. In fact, if you go for platform as service, you don't even need to know it. Where if you can create a platform for them, for example, if I'm a Java developer, if someone would have created Tomcat server for me, I would just simply upload the data and deploy my applications, where everything below would be managed by someone else. I don't care, in fact, because it's not my skill, okay? Yeah. Now, if you go for software as a service, this is basically used by end users. If you take a Gmail is a software and they're giving you as a service. They're giving you as a service. Okay. Where you don't develop the Gmail application. You don't create the VM which Gmail application is running. You don't even manage the hardware. Everything will be managed by someone else. You can just utilize the application. Okay. So almost all your mobile applications are all software as a service. Guys, please go on mute. What is the problem? I think in just whatever the time, I have muted almost 10 times. Just go on mute. So, please understand, if I am a Gmail user, I would be using software as a service. If I am a Gmail developer, I would be using platform as a service. If I'm a Gmail company, I would be using infrastructure as a service. But if I don't want anyone to manage my infrastructure as well, I would be ending up using on-premises. Wherever you are, please understand, wherever you are, you have all these components, but who manages what is different. I'll give you an analogy, okay? I want to prepare some food. It's a weekend, so I want to prepare. So what I would do is I will go to market, I'll get the vegetables. I'll cut the vegetables, I'll prepare it and I'll eat it. I'll allow someone to get the vegetables like Swiggy. I'll cut the vegetables, I'll prepare it and eat it. I'll allow someone to cut the vegetables. Sorry, get the vegetables, cut the vegetables as well. Like, in Swiggy, we can also get the vegetables which are already chopped. Okay. So I'll allow someone to get the vegetables, cut the vegetables, I'll prepare it and I'll eat it. I'll go to a restaurant, I'll order food and I'll eat it. Now, in all these scenarios, all this happened, but who is managing what is different? Someone is doing or you are doing it. So you need to think as an your perspective should be in an organization view. Okay.
Uma, sorry to interrupt. Can you explain what is runtime here?
I don't know why a lot of people will ask about this. See, runtime is just a software which requires to deploy the application. Don't worry about this. Okay. This is a kind of dependencies, I would say.
Okay.
Okay. So it can be any application. Application needs some dependencies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, thanks.
Now, based on the deployment models, we can talk about a public cloud, a private cloud, a hybrid cloud. Nowadays, we have multi-cloud also. I'll talk about that as well. There is also one more, which is community cloud. Okay. I started my business in 2018, where I'm aware of the cloud. I know the benefits of the cloud. So I started using AWS, the cloud service provider. That means I'm using public cloud. When I say public cloud, when I say public cloud. It doesn't mean that my data which is in the AWS is public to everyone. No, it is just that the cloud is for everyone in the world. The AWS services is for everyone. Anyone in the world can create an AWS account and they can use AWS services. It's for everyone. Public cloud means that. Okay. Let's assume I started my business in 2010. I heard about cloud, but I'm not really sure about it. So I have my own data centers. That means I'm using a private cloud. Sometimes it's called on-premises also. For example, my data centers are in Hyderabad. Okay. My office is also in Hyderabad. That means you are using on-premises. On-premises, in the same premises, you have your data centers, a little bit, in some sense. Okay, so if you have your data centers as well as your where you're accessing those data centers are in the same place, then that means it's a on-premises. But if you have your data centers in Hyderabad, but if you have your office in Bangalore, that means it's a private cloud, because cloud is set up data centers where you access through internet. So you are also accessing these data centers through internet. Because it is your data centers, it's called private. If it is other data centers, it's a public. Someone's, it's just a cloud. Okay. What will be the time effort moving from on-premises to public cloud in AWS? We have a lot of migration services, Srikanth. Okay. In fact, without a single second downtime, you can completely move your applications to cloud. Yes. There are many ways where we can migrate it. You want to do it in sync, or it's okay if you want to have a downtime. It's completely up to the customer. AWS has multiple services. Yeah. And in fact, if you ask me time effort, so it is just that, of course, the team has to work on few things in order to get it done. Effort, I can agree, but time, it depends on the customer. So in 2010, I'm using my own data centers. So I am using a private cloud. Later, in 2016, I realized about the cloud service provider like AWS. I've seen the advantage of that. And I cannot decommission my data centers because I have a huge data center set of thousands of servers. So what I thought is going forward after 2016, whatever the new clients I have, I would be using AWS data centers, means a public cloud. Because I'm using both, it becomes a hybrid cloud. Okay. So if you are using your on-prem as well as the AWS, then yes, it's a hybrid model. Okay. So set of applications would be running in your data centers and other applications in others' data center. Now, community cloud is If set of companies come together, like if you take Wipro, let's assume Wipro, Accenture, what else we have? TCS. Let's assume they all have a partnership, okay? And they want to make a community cloud. That means there will be a set of data centers owned by all these three companies, and only these companies' employees can access those data centers. Obviously, these data centers will not be nearby, right? It will be somewhere else. But wherever the branch can be, they would be accessing. Only the employees of this company would access the data centers which these companies got created. It's a community cloud. If you are staying in Bangalore, you'll have communities. For example, if you have a buildings, nowadays you're seeing a lot of floors, right? It's all one community. We generally say it as a set of families live together. Okay. So let's assume there is a building 1 to 8 flats. Okay. So it's basically called as community. If you have a pool, if you have nowadays no Wi-Fi connection, but if you have Wi-Fi, common Wi-Fi, a walking area, only the community families can access this, right? Okay. So same way, if set of families come together and they're staying in a building, like if set of organizations come together and they have their own kind of data centers, only employees of these companies can access these data centers. It's called a community cloud. And another example can be, you take a central government. Okay. And they have their own kind of, they have their own kind of services. And only the state governments can access it. Not like normal people. Not for normal people. So only the government officials can access this set of documents or whatever the application, for example. Community cloud, like a set of people come together and then only it is happening within them. It's a community. Okay. Multi-cloud is very simple. If you're using more than one cloud service provider, it can be GCP, but if at least more than one, it becomes multi-cloud. So you are using AWS for some reasons, Azure for another reason. Maybe one client is wanted to have their application in AWS. Another client want their application in Azure. So both the clients is your clients within your organization. Yeah, that means my company is using multi-cloud. Okay. So public is shared resources, private is dedicated one, hybrid is combination of public and private. Okay. So any questions, please? Let me just see if I have any questions. All good. Yes, no questions. Perfect.
Going forward, we will discuss about migrations also.
Yeah, there is a module where I will be covering the migrations at a higher level. If you are looking into deep of the migrations, I can give you some resources where you can, if your organization is moving for migration, yes, those documentations can help you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So VM full form is virtual machine. Virtual machine. Okay. Now let's understand So what is the time? Shall we go for a break and then we'll continue?
Okay.
Yeah. So every day you'll have a break at around 30 minutes. And usually I will be giving, once we're done with 2 hours or so, sometimes it may extend. Yeah. Like it may cross 2 hours or so. But if you're very much particular about the break timings, yes, I can fix it. Not a problem. Okay. So if you're like, for example, if I'm explaining a topic, I cannot give a break in between, right? So in that sense, it may overflow the time. So let's go for a break, and I'll open a timer, okay? So within the timer, you guys can come back.
On this time, you come back after 30 minutes on?
Yes, there is a timer. Once the timer goes off, I'll be there. Okay.
Okay.
So could you help me with the study materials and interview preparation? Yes. So first of all, I'll provide you the materials like the slides which I'm covering in the session. Okay. And for interview, I can share any slide, any resources in the internet. Okay. So I'm new to AWS. Can you give assignments daily till next week? Definitely, I'll give you. Definitely, I'll give the assignments. Okay.
Is there need to create an account on AWS?
Yes, I'll explain you how to do it also. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Anu, before we break, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
This community cloud, what you're talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just thinking at my back of mind how this is. So is it like shared service, like one cloud provider, these group of companies will use that provider service, and
No.
that service is common, or within that group they share their services across, and that's why they call community? I couldn't not get that.
The second part is correct. The second one is correct.
Right,
They
okay.
see, if they are using AWS, for example, they are not using community cloud. They're using public cloud.
Right. Okay.
They cannot be together. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, right? How they can be together if they're using public cloud?
Right. Yeah. So in that case, community cloud sites. So you don't know. I mean, within them they share the services, but you don't know who is the provider, or there wouldn't be a provider. Is that right?
Correct. See, for example, if you take a building, the analogy which I have given. Okay. So like they have 8 flats, and each flat will be owned by one owner, and they would be taking care of that building.
Right.
So yes, they are all owners for this community, for that building. But do they have the accessibility to other flat? No. The same way, they do have their own kind of privacy, but it is just they're using their own. They're just using their own servers in community.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. They're isolated in some sense. Yeah.
Does it mean that one common server is being shared within the community, or each of the owner will have one separate server in the community?
It depends on their understanding. It can be both.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yeah, Priya, any questions?
Yeah, now I'm got confused with private and community group now, because if they are going to be in a community group, if it is a private,
Private means only one company, one organization. Community is multiple organizations.
But again, they're going to use only private servers, right? If they
but
go for
those servers are in one place, right? All the 3 organization servers are in one place.
Okay, got you now. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. So if you don't have any questions, we'll go for a break. So as I said, I would be sharing a timer. Once the timer is off, I will be back. Okay. Happy break, guys. Hello, everyone. Is everyone back?
Hello, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Perfect. So Shubham is asking if someone is from Azure domain so that he or she can learn AWS Shift without any challenge. Absolutely. So it is just that you're learning in another cloud service provider services. Ultimately, the concept remains same like this. I'll take the same example of this Flipkart and the Amazon shopping. Okay. So if you know how to shop in Flipkart or, for example, will that be difficult to do the shopping in Amazon? Maybe the components will be here and there. It will be a little different, but ultimately the concept of the Flipkart or the Amazon is just an e-commerce where you just buy the products. Okay, the same way, AWS and the Azure, they both are the cloud service providers. If you're already aware of Azure, it will be very easy to understand AWS as well. It is just that you should be able to remember the AWS terminology. Okay, that's it. Yeah. Cool. Now, let me share my screen. Let's understand the overview of AWS. So AWS stands for Amazon Web Services. You all know that. Before this Amazon Web Services, just Amazon used to deliver our physical books to the customers. I'm not talking about the Amazon shopping, which we have now. Okay. So initially, Amazon started with only the delivering the physical books. Later, they have introduced Amazon Kindle. Amazon Kindle is basically where we can buy books online, like ebooks, digital. Okay. So they introduced Amazon Kindle and they started gathering millions and millions of books. While gathering, at some point of time, they were not able to manage the compute power as well as the storage. Okay. So then they introduced 3 products, EC2, S3, and SQS. Don't worry about this in detail, but you just know that you just need to know that there are 3 products which are introduced, which are EC2, S3, and SQS. After introducing these 3 products, they were able to manage the compute power, the storage capacity, and few other aspects. Okay. Not able to hear me. Is it the same for everyone?
No, I can hear you.
No, it's clear. No, yeah.
No, it's clear.
Okay.
It's clear.
Ganesh, probably you may need to connect it back. Okay. Yeah, I'm in overview page only. I'm not explaining. I'm not going to any slides. Okay. Yeah, it is just an introduction. Yeah. So after introducing these 3 products, they were able to solve the problem of storage capacity and the compute power, and as I said, other aspects as well. Then they thought, why don't we give these products as a service to the customers? Okay, so what are the capability which they have gained? They thought, why don't we give it as a service to others? That's how they started with 3 services. In fact, 3 products as services. Now we have hundreds of services, more than 200 plus, serving millions of customers globally in the form of Amazon Web Services. Okay. And AWS is a US based company. It started in 2006. Okay. Now we commonly known as cloud computing. That's a short intro or history about AWS, how AWS got started. Even they too don't know that they would be starting a cloud computing kind of technology. Okay. It just happened. So now let's understand the global infrastructure of AWS, which is regions and availability zones. Okay, so please bear with me till I explain this concept. Then you can ask if you have any questions. Okay. Now, a region is a geographical area. You take India. India is a geographical area covering some space in the map. Yes, it has its own space. Okay, you can take any country. Okay, it has some geographical area. The same way, region is a geographical area in the map. It covers some space. So boundaries. Okay, in which you will have the availability zones. Availability zones. These availability zones are a set of data centers. Okay, these availability zones are a set of data centers. So set of data centers is called an availability zone. And two or more availability zones will make a region. Okay, so the set of data centers are the physical data centers which are located in an availability zone. And these availability zones will be within a region. AWS has many regions. We will see the number also. Let's assume you have another region. This AZ or availability zone will not span other regions. This availability zone is within that region. It's like our states within a country. Okay. And these availability zones are isolated. Isolated, and they're connected with low latency. Means when I say isolated, if there is an issue in one availability zone, if there is a fault in one availability zone, it will not impact the other one. So these availability zones are in such a way that one AZ failure will not impact the other one. So they're isolated. So for high availability, let's assume that you have an application here and also here. Now, what if this AZ goes down? You still have your application running in another availability zone. So for high availability, AWS has created these availability zones in isolated locations where they can connect with low latency. Okay. Each region, they have their own kind of availability zones. So regions are the geographical area, basically a map, a boundaries within that. The availability zones would be there. So availability zone again is a set of data centers. Okay. So set of data centers. One data center will have almost greater than 50K servers. One data center. Like that, we have multiple data centers within an availability zone, and we will have more than 2 availability zones within a region. So this region is in a particular area. So if we can see the AWS global infrastructure, As of now, we have 31 regions and 99 availability zones. We'll talk about the edge locations point of presence later. Okay. So each region will have multiple availability zones, and this number will be keep on changing. Please understand. AWS will be keep on adding the regions and it will increase it. Obviously, if there is a region, in a region, you'll have availability zone. So they're integrated, you know. If you see a change in a region, obviously the availability zones also will be changed. Okay. And if you can see here, there are 5 more AWS regions which are gonna plan. They have planned 5 more regions. So they will be live at some point of time and this number will change. So what I suggest is when you're going for interviews explicitly for AWS interviews, make sure that you have the right number. And during the class, I will be showing you few, links, like for example, it's a global infrastructure. Okay, so I will be showing you a few documents, etc. And I will share these links in the chat. Make sure you copy that in your Excel document or in any document. It will be handy for you. Okay. Now, if I scroll down, you will see this is a map, a global map. Okay. And here you can see the regions. So the blue or the green, whatever the color it is. Okay. They are the AWS regions. And the orange or red ones are the coming ones. AWS has announced that, okay, there is a region which is coming here, here, like 5 more. Okay. And the blue or the green ones are the existing ones. I think it's green. Okay. Now, if you can keep your cursor on a region, you will see the region name, when it is launched, and how many availability zones we have. Okay. So in India, you have 2 regions. The first one is in Mumbai region, which started in 2016, and there are 3 availability zones. In Hyderabad, last year only it launched in December. Okay. And here also we have 3 availability zones. Now, usually AWS will have their data centers or they will have their region in a particular area when they see a considerable amount of users who is accessing. Okay. Whenever a set of users are using AWS, a considerable amount, of course. So what they will do, they will have their region over there with the availability zones. Okay. So when this region went live explicitly in Hyderabad region, there are almost 40K job openings. Yes, it was announced by AWS only. 40,000 job openings. Okay. So it's like an employment because there are users who is accessing it. Okay. So likewise, you can also explore the other regions. What are the ones which are coming ones? If you see here, Canada West coming soon. So Canada Central was already launched in 2016, like this. Okay. So I'll talk about local zone. First, let's understand the regions and availability zones. Okay. So because the global map is just in a palm of, in our palm, so the regions are very small. It looks just a pin. Okay. But within that region, you will have availability zones. Availability zones will have set of data centers. You see our India. People who are from India. Other countries, yes. Whatever, you can see your country. Okay. Now, let me share this link in the chat. So this is like redundant setup. Correct. Correct. So I don't have even updated the number. It is 31 and 99. In just last three months, they have announced 2 regions. Yes. Okay. My last batch, they announced 1 region. Before batch, they announced 1 more region. Anyways, I'll show you the live document. So don't worry about this. We have 31 regions and 99 availability zones. Yeah.
Ma'am, one question.
Yes, please.
With respect to Microsoft Azure, where is AWS standing in market? In market presence.
Actually, as I checked, the market 40% covered by the AWS of the market. And
now that you asked, I need to show. Give me a moment, okay? I'll get that for you. So there is a company called Gartner. This company will usually do some audits on companies, okay, and or reports, I would say. It's like a third-party company who would be analyzing the company.
Maybe market research.
Kind of. Yes, I'm not getting the right word. Okay, and then they will give some sort of reports. And surprisingly, a lot of people will follow that. Okay. So let me share my screen now. I got it. Now that you compared Azure with, in fact, that's okay. I'm not sure if I can say this or not. Anyways, if you can see here. So according to the Gartner report as of June 2022, AWS is leading. And it is not just now, from the beginning, from the beginning, like from 2006 till now, AWS being the global leader, followed by Azure and then Google Cloud as a leaders. And coming to the visionaries, Alibaba is little fast. Previously it used to be here and then it came here, and also Oracle. And niche players, Tencent Cloud, IBM. This one is new one, okay? Huawei Cloud. They're in, an initial stage. Did I answer the question?
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, so coming to the local zone is an extension of a region. If you have some set of customers in an area where you don't have any AWS region, okay, where in this area you don't have any AWS region. So what AWS would do before they have their regions in place, or if they think that it is very small place, they would extend its region. So within that region, you will have a local zone, and they call it as a local zone. So why it is called a local zone? Because it is outside of the boundaries of the region. Okay. And this local zone is also a set of data centers. And this local zone will have a set of services which are using by the customers. Not all services are available, okay? The services which are using by the customers would be there in the local zones so that the users will be able to access the services from the local zone instead of going to the region itself, just to improve the performance, reduce the latency. Okay. So this is called local zone because it's outside of the region. This is called availability zone because it's inside the region. But both are a set of data centers only. And another difference is the local zone will have only the services which are supported by the customers. Limited services, or only the services which the customers want. But the region supports almost all the services.
Madam, can you say like 96 availability zones means 96 data centers, huh? Or
sorry, 91, 99.
Anyways, yeah.
So
it's like
availability zone is a set of data centers.
Okay.
Data center 1, data center 2, data center 3. In a data
together,
center, 50K servers. Sorry?
So combined together, it
Availability
makes
zone.
one availability zone.
Correct.
Like that.
Yes.
So like,
and in a region,
there-
we will have multiple availability zones.
Okay, okay. So it's basically like to provision that region, a couple of data center. We don't know exactly how many are there. Depending upon the region and geographical scale, they are basically scaling and providing the service. And if they have remote users, like for example, far off area where they have considerable number of customers, they'll create a local zone. So it's like a extension.
No. Yes, correct. So it's just that if they don't have any region at this area presently, or if they think that region would be too big, then they will extend its region. So local zone.
Yeah, is there any example for the local zone in available zone?
Any application can be deployed on local zone so that the users can access it from the local zone with low latency instead of going there. Simple. It is like going to a market. You go to a supermarket, which is basically some 4 streets away your home.
You means
Okay.
local. You means local is also part of the AWS.
Correct. It's also AWS set of data centers. So
But
let's assume you. Sorry.
But it is outside. It is outside data center, inside data center. Basically.
Outside of the region, inside the region. Inside the region is called an availability zone. Outside of region is called local zone. But both are set of data centers only.
You mean local zone is, for example, I am in Mumbai. Local zone means the data center will be present in Mumbai itself, correct?
If it has.
Okay.
Near to the customers. Okay. So, for example, one second, hold on, guys. I'm already giving an analogy. Let's assume you are staying in a home and there is a supermarket like 4 streets away, which is more. Okay. And you have a local supermarket, again, more only, because both are AWS, no? So I'm just saying this. So even though it is a big one, it is a bigger supermarket where you'll have where you get lot of, like you have everything regarding to the supermarket. But in the local one or the near one, you will have only set of groceries or so. Okay. So instead of going there, you actually get it from here. Like this, just a simple analogy. So local zone is near to the customers. Whenever there are a lot of customers and they're having, it will be too far to access the regions with low latency. AWS would extend its region and they call it as a local zone.
You means it's especially designed for the customer.
Everything is designed for customers only, right?
No, ma'am. Actually, as you mentioned, local data centers.
I said local zone. Local zone is a set of data centers. Availability zone is a set of data centers.
Okay. Ma'am, one question. So how we as a customer, can we know that whatever the traffic is going to the local zone only, not to the region.
So
Is
what
there
we'll do is you will create your services here itself. Means, for example, your VM, you create in their services by selecting the local zone subnet, like
okay.
the network.
So like that, it will be option will be there.
Yes.
Like mentioning the local zone.
Yes. Yes, correct.
So, ma'am, what exactly is the difference? Like, is there any disadvantages of local zone compared to
No,
the
no,
data
no, no,
center
nothing as
available?
such. Nothing as such.
It's just because of the distance they are creating this.
Correct. See, when they say region, there will be a lot of customers here nearby. Lot of customers, because region is not a small thing. But if they're little far, AWS has created their for these customers as local zone. Simple.
It is not
Because
that
there are
already.
a lot of families here. What the supermarket has done, they have created a local store, so that okay, nearby they can just go and access it. Sorry.
Got it.
It
So,
is not like
there is no difference, or
One
like
by one.
any of the services provided in the region are not there in the local, something like that.
Sometimes it happens. Yes. 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 There are scenarios where they need to access the regions only, because they'll have a selected number of services.
So in India, only one local zone, right?
Two local zones.
Yeah.
Two.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you wanted to know about it, what I can show you.
See, for example, in India, okay, so in future, in India, so many of the customers are moving to AWS, okay. So is the number of customers in AWS is drastically increased. So that time they have to build one availability zone in India, right? Some other regions, so Bangalore or Delhi or somewhere else. Otherwise, it will be huge traffic, right, in that local zone.
That AWS will take care what needs to be added. They want to add a availability zone. They want to add a region, or they want to extend it with the local zone. So it depends upon the users, right?
Yeah.
So let me share my screen now.
How can we check that in India, how many availability zone, how many local zone available presently?
So if you can see here in India, the green ones are announced ones. So there are 2 announced. And for now, you have only 2 local zones. Okay. So you have one in Delhi, India. Kolkata, India. Okay. Oh, okay. Coming ones. These are coming ones, I think. So there are 4, right? So probably in South India. So these are generally available. Okay.
I mean, down Chennai also is there.
One second. So generally available is already there, right? So let me check. So we have in Delhi, we have in Kolkata. That's it. Okay. Announced is where? I missed. No, right?
No. It is announced.
So in announced, hold on. We have Bangalore.
Chennai.
We have in Chennai.
Yes.
That's it. 4. Okay. So let me share this. Now, someone asked me, one second. Someone asked me, how would I know where these availability zones are there? In fact, you never know that, okay? AWS will not really explicitly mention you that this is the place where you will see the availability zones. No, you don't know it. Okay. So you just know that one is in Mumbai and other was is in Hyderabad. That's it. But if you ask me, because I'm in Hyderabad, I know where the data centers are. where the region is and all. Okay. I know that in Hyderabad there is a region, but I never know where the availability zones are. Okay. AWS will not reveal that information for security reasons or whatever it may be the reason. Yeah. Go on with your questions, please.
So these local zones also comes under umbrella of region, any region?
Yes. If you can see here, if you can just click on Hyderabad, sorry, Mumbai. In Mumbai region, there are 2 local zones. So it's an extension of a region. So it is specific to a region.
So probably tomorrow, now it is a local zone. Tomorrow it can come as an availability zone, no? If the increase.
I'm not sure if AWS changes or not. Yeah. Cannot.
Okay, got it. Yeah, thank you.
Anupama, so for my question, you said no. So it just, I don't know how to elaborate this discussion.
Subset, right? You asked about subset, right?
Yeah.
So dear, subset is basically, so what I understood is when you say subset.
Is it the extraction of or?
No, see, when you say subset, it should be within the local zone. So I understood, sorry, within the availability zone. So I understood if this is what you meant. So I said no.
Okay.
So local zone is not a subset of availability zone. But if you see in terms of services, local zone will have only set of services, few set of services.
So that services, how it differ from the other availability zones services?
It depends on the user.
Customer.
What services he is using.
So before someone asked a question whether this is going to be a redundant setup, and you said that yes. So I'm thinking in that way.
So redundancy means here, let's assume there is a region. There is only one availability zone. Just assume that. Just one. Only one AZ. Now, when you say AZ, there is a location where it has some sort of boundaries, in which they will have data centers, somewhere like this. Now, this area, what if there is a major power down in this area? It has another availability zone for redundancy. Redundancy means having multiple copies of the same data centers or multiple data centers in different areas, so that even if one goes down, you still have up and running, like for availability. So when you will reach availability, when you have redundancy, like this, I have important file, very, very, very important. It's like my life. Now, do you keep it in one place? No, we keep it in a pen drive, we keep it in a hard disk, we keep it in a cloud, because it's very important. So you redundantly create it. It is actually creating high availability, right? High availability means your availability is high. For example, if you take Facebook, if you open Facebook application at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., it will not ask you to come back at 9 or 10 a.m. It will be still open. Means the application is available all the time. High availability. Understood, ma?
Yeah.
Then one more thing. So that replication also will happen, right? From primary to secondary.
Please elaborate. Which primary, which secondary one?
So you told, right, high availability. So there will be a primary data center also will be there, and secondary data center also will be there, right?
No. All are active. Everything is active. All servers are active.
Okay. So
there is nothing like standby. There is nothing like standby or secondary. You have to, for example, this is AZ1, 2, 3. You keep your application in primary and you think this is secondary, this is another one. You think, you keep it as primary or secondary. But AWS will keep it as all active. Whatever the thousands or 50,000 servers in one data center and data centers in availability zones and availability zones in region, all the servers are active. Nothing is standby.
Okay.
Anupama, one more question from Priya here. So if a customer is accessing the local zone, if anything, he extends his business or for some reason, can he will be accessing or extended to access to the availability zone?
Yes.
No,
nothing as such, ma. The user can access whatever he wanted. Okay. So maybe the user is having their application here, as well as here, as well as here, here also. Yes. He can replicate. So this is the older one. I have given you the latest, and this is the URL. Now, I said one or more data centers, 2 or more data centers will make an availability zone, right? And an AWS data center will look like this. And we do have layers of security also. First comes with the perimeter layer. Perimeter layer means the periphery of it, the boundaries, the surroundings. Okay. Where there will be security guards, intrusion detection technologies, sensors in the perimeter layer. And then you have infrastructure layer. Infrastructure layer is all about the backup of the whole infrastructure. What if my server goes down? What if a power failure? Do I have a backup for all these things? Will be taken under the infrastructure layer. And then you have data layer, where our data resides in the data centers of the servers. Servers in data centers, okay? So this layer is all about who can access the data centers, who can enter into the data centers, what are the privilege they have. And we also have environmental layer. Environmental layer is when AWS want to have their data centers in a particular area, for example, this one, they will check the history of this place. Like if there are any history of natural calamities like earthquakes or floods or seismic activities, history of seismic activities like robbery, they will make sure the place is clean in terms of seismic activities and natural calamities, because ultimately the customer's data is here, and AWS is the data centers are designed for high availability. So it is making sure that it is clean in terms of the other calamities. Okay. Now, coming to the security, let's assume I want you to answer this. You can chat. Please use chat for this. I want at least one answer for every person, for each person. 46 responses. So let's assume people who are aware of AWS already or Azure, I prefer you not to answer. Okay. Because I want to give chance for new people who are new to cloud. So let's assume you have your data in AWS data centers. Let's assume you have your data in AWS data centers. So who is responsible for security? Please use the chat. I want the messages. Don't worry, is it correct, wrong? Don't worry, just if you have your data in AWS, Azure is responsible for security. Okay. AWS, customer, AWS, and client config provider. Okay. I think I didn't get all 46 responses. You know, by asking questions, I can find actually how many are active in my session. Yeah, I can read your minds, guys. Even if it is the same answer, I want everyone to answer, okay? Please don't mind answering. Both AWS and customers, okay. Both, okay. Client and AWS. Okay, so before I answer this, let me ask you a follow-up question. If you have your money in bank, who is responsible for your money? Super fast, yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, both. Bank. Okay, both. Okay. So thank you so much. Huh? Now, if participants who are all answered bank, other answers, I'll definitely address them. Okay. So people who have answered bank is responsible for your money in bank. If bank is responsible for your money in bank, will you be able to share your credentials to me? I'll not ask, but no. Capital no. It's a big no, right? Definitely not. So I will ask my question again. Okay. If you have your money in bank, who is responsible? You cannot say bank again, because if you can share your credentials, you keep it in chat, everyone will use this. So me, both. Okay, we, okay, we are responsible. Security wise, bank is responsible, both we are. Okay, cool. Now that we understood, bank is not responsible for our money in bank. Now let's understand people who are answering we. Like me, I'm of course I'm responsible. So if you say I am responsible for your money in bank, will you go and deposit in whichever bank I show you? You have money, I'll show you one bank. Will you go and deposit in whichever bank I show you? Again, no. Now, previously you answered bank is responsible. I said no. I made you say no, in fact. Now that you said that you are responsible, I made that also to say no. Now, there is an option called both, as few people are already answering. Okay. Now, if you have your money in bank, bank is responsible for the physical security, making sure that the application is secure, like encrypting the data while it is moving from the customer to customer to bank. Okay. Whereas we are responsible for authentication, like not sharing the credentials, as I just asked, not sharing your OTP to anyone. So we are going for shared responsibility. What you are saying, you bank, you deposit, I'll deposit some money in your bank. You keep it safe. Okay. I trust you because you have these kind of reasons. Okay. You have security in this place. This is globally present. Okay, even if I come tomorrow, your bank will be there, like this. Whereas what bank says is, yes, I am responsible for the physical security, but you make sure that you are not sharing your credentials to anyone, not sharing your debit card or credit card, not sharing the OTPs. So it's a shared responsibility. You have an agreement with them. Okay, now coming back to the actual question. Now I want everyone to answer. If you have your data in AWS, who is responsible for the security? AWS and user? Both. Absolutely. Okay. Anyone want to debate with me regarding this? Shared responsibility, of course. Okay. So, service provider. So, likewise, when you have your data in AWS data centers, AWS will take care. Just before slide, we have seen how they will secure the data centers, right? They will take care of the physical security. Definitely, yes. But as a customer, you should be taking care of the authentication. Like now you will create an AWS account. Make sure you never share your password to anyone, not save your password. This is your responsibility. Okay. So this is your responsibility, making sure that you are not sharing on your part. Okay. AWS will take care of the physical security, not only just this. Okay. As your responsibility, not just this. AWS will give you a lot of options for enabling firewalls. Let's assume you deploy an application in AWS and say that you see AWS is not good enough, my data is leaking there, etc. Then AWS will ask you, have you enabled this firewall, that firewall, etc. They have a lot of firewalls, where you can enable them. Have you used them? So it's a shared. Okay. So it's your responsibility to take care of all those things. Okay. Now let's assume there is an client, a retailer, basically a furniture client. Let's assume he will take care of all the furniture he would sell. He's having a global presence. Okay, so he will be selling all the furniture, kind of like the sofa, etc. Okay, now does he know about the shared responsibility model? No. What he will do is he'll go for a client he'll go to Accenture company or any company. He will ask, see, I want an application. See, mine is global presence. I want to have an application to manage all these things. Of course, using cloud. Okay, now Accenture what will do? They will hire some architects like us. You are learning the solutions architect course. That's how you stand. So as an architect, you should know it's a shared responsibility model where you should know where to use firewalls. You should know how to secure. Of course, AWS will be taking care of the physical security. Okay. I mean, the reason why I'm spending a lot of time on this slide is just because usually clients would say that, see, I'm not using AWS because it just happened this way, this way, this way. Just because the client doesn't know. It's a lack of knowledge. Then we need to educate them. Okay. And if you're doing a basic certification, you will get the questions on this shared responsibility model also. Okay. So we'll talk about certifications, don't worry. So AWS enables a shared responsibility model where AWS manages security of the cloud and you are responsible for the security in the cloud. Okay. And the provider must ensure that the infrastructure is secure while the user must take care of the authentication parts. So what are the benefits? Keep your data safe, meet your compliance requirements, save money, and scale quickly. Now, initially, when I'm explaining about the cloud, someone asked me, how safe to have my data in AWS data centers? Remember, someone asked me, and I said that it will be answered. Is it answered? To get to know the person, I need to just check the whole chat. Hello, can you please respond? If you want me to. Okay, so perfect.
Was there any instance in the history wherein data breach has occurred?
Yes, it happens. Okay. See, that is where AWS is stressing on this part. Data breach happens because of customers don't use the services properly. Okay, I cannot, because I'm not sure, okay, I cannot list the breaches because I never explored that. I mean, I forgot, in fact. After looking into it, it's been a long time. So yes, it is just that, that's where AWS started trying to educate in saying that it's a shared responsibility model. You should be also taking care of all these, etc. See how AWS will be responsible if the data is breached without using, like, if you open all the ports, okay? It's like this, if you keep your door open, anyone can enter. You should be making sure that you have a lock and then etc. kind of setup, grill lock, etc. Okay, so AWS will give you those options. You lock it or not, it's completely up to you. You enable them, yeah, good enough. If you don't enable, what AWS will do?
Sure. So when we register for any service in AWS, so do they provide any suggestions with respect to making sure the data is secure for that service?
Yes.
Okay. Is it with like out of the box functionality, or do we have to pay for it for those suggestions?
Few are free. No. For suggestions, no, it's a free. See, I'll show you how AWS designed their documentation. See, to know everything, you have it, everything in the internet. I will show you. I will.
Oh, okay.
Let you know. For enabling them, yes, they might be costing you explicitly if they have a services per security. Few are free. Few are free again. Okay, within the service it will come. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So whenever you create an AWS account, for example, you will get mail saying that you see enable this for security, this is for security. You'll get to know. Okay. And that too, if you go for different plans, see in AWS, if organization is going for AWS projects, so you need to get support from AWS. For example, you buy a Samsung or Lenovo laptop or tablet. Okay. If you have any issues, you will connect to the customer support, customer care, right? Your bank, customer care. AWS is also having that. You need to enable that. Okay. For example, if you take bank, it will charge you for every minute. The same way, in AWS, for a few support, it will be free. And if you want to go beyond, then AWS also will cost you. Because there will be AWS experts on the other side who would be helping us to deliver the project or to create the infrastructure. Anyways, now that we discussed that we have lots of services in AWS, some 200 plus services. We discussed how this infrastructure would be there, etc., etc. But how do we access that, first of all? How do we access the services? There are, guys, you cannot annotate, okay? You cannot annotate, yeah? Yes, you have that kind of option where you can annotate, but I don't think it's required for you, unless you want to specify something. So how do we access this AWS services? We do have different ways to access the AWS services. Okay, so we can access through the console. Console is basically like a GUI, like you have Windows, yeah? Like Windows is having everything. I can just click on each icon and I can access them. Okay, so even in AWS Management Console, you will see all the services. You can click on the service and you can select the options and you can launch them. You can create them. You can use them, etc. Everything you can see visually. Okay. Next, we can also access through command line interface. It's like command prompt in our laptop. Command prompt. Okay. So where you can still access those files which you're accessing in GUI of your Windows through command line also. The same way, we can also access the AWS services with commands. You should know those commands. Yep. Next, we have SDKs. Like if you are a developer, if you are aware of any programming language, if you are into any programming language, so you can also call these AWS services using any like any programming language, like a Java or .NET or Ruby, Python. Okay, different ways. Now, in this course, we will be using the AWS Management Console because this is, SDKs is again, see, Sachin, in whichever way we access, we actually use APIs. Okay. SDKs and APIs are coming here. But anyways, what I would say is, in whichever way access, it's all about APIs only, making a API request to AWS services. Yeah. Now, in this course, we will be doing AWS Management Console. Being a solutions architect, we will be working on this. And if you are into SysOps certification, I'll talk about again certification, but I'm just saying that for SysOps certification, you will be also knowing CLI. For developer, you would be knowing the SDKs. Okay. Now let's talk about the AWS certifications. We also have one more, which is SAP. Okay. Now, AWS supports different, almost all the technologies. Okay, AWS is like a platform to support almost all the technologies. Okay, 1 second, please. Where is this? So, but even though they don't have certifications for all the techs, like for few we have it, like for networking, for data analytics, for machine learning, database, and security. And these are the core services. Explicitly into AWS, what are the services are there? But being into AWS, if you're already working in any kind of technology, you can go for specialization. Let me start. If you take a cloud practitioner one, it's like a 0. If you want to start with AWS, you just need to know about the AWS services at a higher level. Few services, of course, only few. Understanding how AWS works, the global infrastructure of AWS, So if you would know all these things, yes, you can do the certification, cloud practitioner, a level 0, basic one. So who are new to IT, who are freshers, even though they are working in IT, but if they're working in support, who they think that, okay, even though I'm working in IT for like 1-2 years or 3 years, I don't know much how IT works. So for all those people, this should be their first certification, level 0. Or even though, when I say it's the first certification, but previously you have to have this, first of all. But if you are into IT for many years, you have some knowledge, you know how IT works, even though you have 1 year of experience, but you have good exposure, then this should be your first certificate. For freshers, this should be their first certificate and this should be their second certificate. Okay. If you know, this is our course, AWS Solution Architect Associate. If you are a developer, you see, I'm a developer, I'm into some programming language, then this should be your second certificate after this. If you are interested in administration, managing the permissions, this should be your second certificate. Even though you're in admin, if you are interested in moving to development, then you can go to DevOps, even though this is very much relevant to developer. Okay. So you can learn some development and then you can go for DevOps, or the developer straight away can go for DevOps. There should be the third certificate. But if you are interested only explicitly into architecture, like creating an architecture for the customers, this should be your second certificate from here. Or if you think that I am already working in an organization into a networking skill, I do have 4 years of experience in networking, and how this AWS will help me. So this should be a second certificate. Now I'm into data analytics. I'm into database. I'm into machine learning or security or SAP. If you see here, everything is directing from here. It is not just me. AWS itself will tell that. You try to do the certificate first of all. Okay, before you go for any other certifications. Excluding this, okay? So that you will get understanding, like you will know how AWS works first of all. It's like doing an MBBS and going for some specialization. It's all your interest. If you are into architect, this itself is your interest and this should be your certificate. And this should be a second. But before you go to any field, any specific certification, it is recommended, even though it's not mandated, it is recommended to go for this certificate and then go for other ones. At least training, even if you can't afford for the certification, because the foundation would be $100 or certifications associated would be each $150, and the professional and specialization each would be some $300. I'll talk about the cost again. If I don't, just remind me, okay? Okay, so everything has to be deducted from here. Where, as I said, as an analogy, it's like doing an MBBS and then understanding all the things. So as I said, it's not mandated. I can straight away go for advanced networking. It is just that you will be very much, your knowledge will be narrowed down into only networking. But if you know everything, a lot of things how AWS works, and then if you go for networking, it would be great. Even if there are any issues in any other team, you can easily understand, okay, what exactly they are missing. Okay. Now, coming to the pricing. For example, you are looking for a job in AWS. And if you're a fresher, as I said, it should be your first certificate, right? Let's assume you have paid some $100 and then you pass this exam. Once you pass it, you'll get a badge, globally recognized badge, okay? Once you get a badge, with that, you will also get 50% off voucher on any other certification. You will get a voucher, okay, which is a 50% off on any other certificate. Means if you want to do this, you will be paying only 750. If you want this, you'll be paying only 150. So if you pass, only if you pass, you get a badge with this voucher. And again, if you pass this, for example, you from here, you went here and you have passed this also, paying $75. You will get this badge and again 50% off on next certificate. So you'll be paying only once. Full amount you'll be paying only once, the complete amount. Going forward, if you pass, you will get a voucher of 50% off on the other certification, the next certifications. And once you do a certification, this will be valid for 3 years. Any certification will be valid for 3 years. After 3 years, you have to renew it. Why? Why I need to renew every 3 years? See, AWS will be, technology is emerging like anything, okay? Every day it changes. So what AWS think that every 3 years, there will be a significant amount of changes would happen. So if you are still working in AWS in any of the services, it's good if you get renew or recertify on the same certification. Just to get to know that, okay, things are updated and you should be knowing it. That's one part of it. Now let's assume you are working in an organization, may not be you are working in an AWS project, just that you are working in an organization like an MNC, and your MNC is a partner of AWS because it is having other projects, may not be your project. Okay, so you're working in an organization and your organization is a partner of AWS. So when AWS is a partner, your organization is a partner of AWS, there might be a chances of saying that organizations would sponsor you the vouchers, whichever exam you want to write. Of course, they need to validate before they give the vouchers. So that's a different process altogether. But they're happy to provide you the vouchers so that you can pass the exam. And one of the employee in that organization is a certified. They can show that to AWS just to get some credits. In other aspects, organization, B2B kind of deals, business to business. Okay, so if you are working in an MNC, it's a partner of AWS, what you can do is there will be a SPOC, a point of contact, a single point of contact for AWS to understand, to interact about the AWS, okay, where you can ask him or her about the vouchers which you are looking for, etc., where they would happily provide you the vouchers, where you can do it for free. Okay, of course, if you do like many certifications, you will be definitely moved to AWS projects. That's another way. Okay. Oh my God, I have a lot of questions. 1 second, please. So which certification is good to cover EKS? Okay. So now, if you are, EKS is again about compute power, managing the nodes, managing the cluster, etc., right? So if you explicitly ask about EKS, I would say this one only, the solutions architect one only. But please understand, with one skill, like I'm into containers or Kubernetes, I'm into virtualization. So which certification I can use? You cannot think in that way, because in a particular certification, you will have lot of services. Even I answered your question, Venu, saying that solutions architect is the correct one, but this is not the way where you should be thinking in terms of learning AWS. Okay.
No, I just want to know whether that is also covered in this.
No, definitely not. So few services are specifically for organizations who are working on it. And then those people, like for example, if an employee is a project, some team members are working on a project, they will explicitly learn about EKS from AWS and then they will implement it. Okay.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah. So for system admins, we need CLI. Do I need coding knowledge for AWS? I mean, I'm just thinking because I don't know. Usually, people will be worried of coding, and I usually hear this kind of terms like I hate coding, etc. But anyways, see, when you say coding, if you're talking about the programming language, definitely it's not required. It's not required if you want to do solutions architect or this one or the SysOps. Okay. So for this, yes, you may need some sort of programming language because a developer one. So for developers who want to use, so this and this is required. For doing these certifications, you need a programming language. But if you say coding, you have coding means we have a lot of things. Like if you want to write JSON, if you want to write YAML, if you want to write some sort of policies, if you want to work on some CLI, again, you will be work on some coding. Like when I say coding, it doesn't mean the programming language. Okay, some code, some lines. So for that, yes, coding, that kind of, I don't know what word to use, but it may not be not coding, but yes. So you may need to write some set of lines. Okay. So these are like formats, YAML, JSON, policies. Okay. So CLI commands, you should be knowing it. Okay. So for doing the solutions architect, you don't need any one of this. Maybe you need to know the JSON or YAML, because if you explicitly go for a architecture, you may need to do some sort of, write some sort of code for creating an infrastructure with this code. I'm just giving it a higher level, okay? So programming language is not required, but yes, you may need to remember few lines of code. Yeah, I hope I answered this. How much cost? I answered. Would this course curriculum will help to attend solution architect exam post completion of this course? Definitely. I am working as sysadmin. That means this should be your first certificate, and the SysOps should be your second certificate. You are set. Okay. What is our current course certificate? Solution architect associate. For renewal, also the cost goes 50% off voucher. Yes, for example, I have like if you have taken this cloud practical for $100, okay, you get a badge and the 50% voucher. Let's assume that you have not used it for 3 years. You have not used this voucher for 3 years. Again, you can apply that same for the same certification, and again you can pass it. Again, you'll get badge and 50% off voucher. Okay. At which point staragile certificate will help? Your staragile certificate is from IBM, right? So it has some credibility till some extent. Okay. I have the same query as well. Okay, I answered. Whether it's paper-based or online exam, it's an online exam. You will have a certain screen where you cannot open any other applications, where you just need to answer them. There will be some 65 questions, like 65, 70, like, the number of questions will vary from certification to certification. There will be limited time and you need to complete within that time. Okay. It's an online based. Okay. And yes, it's a scenario based questions. Like you will have some multiple options, there will be a question and there will be options. You need to choose from here. Okay. So this is one model. And second model is, oh my God. Second model is you will have a question and you will have multiple options, like 4 or 5 options, where you need to choose through 2 or 3. So here you need to choose a correct answer, one correct answer. But in the second scenario, you will have many options, like 5 options. You need to choose 2 correct answers, 3 correct answers. Okay. At what point staragile certification, either DevOps or AWS? Which point staragile certification? I am not sure about this. Okay. Script. Yes. Script syntax. Thank you so much. Thank you. They said they will give IBM certificate, but they give staragile certificate. IDK. What is IDK? I don't know.
I don't know his IDK.
Oh, okay.
That's what you answered.
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm very bad at these shortcuts, you know. Yeah, see, it's like this. Whenever an academy, like for example, like a staragile, they'll have their own kind of certification. Okay. And they also tie up with a few other academies, like, you know, like reputed ones like IITs, IBM. Okay. And they would integrate with them. And then they will also tie up with, and they will provide the certifications from IBM integrated with staragile, just for credibility. Okay. So you can use both. You can use both, or you can just use IBM's. It's completely up to you. Okay. If you, if you think that, see, no one knows about staragile, you ignore this. If you think that, okay, IBM, someone know about it, you keep IBM certificate. It's completely up to you how to use the certificate. Okay. But apart from that, I want you to do these certifications. Yeah.
So that's what, after this training, which certification is, are we confident to take that?
Yeah. So you can take this and this. So see, after the certificate, after this training, you need to go for practice tests. Like your brain should get habituated to the question patterns. Okay. Then you will be confident in writing the exam. So in this course, we will be learning the concepts. Okay. Maybe for 1 month. After that, 2 to 3 weeks or another month, you can go for complete practice tests. You will get a lot of things in internet. Okay. I will usually suggest WizLabs. Okay. And it's again completely up to you. Even recently, I have seen that on post from AWS saying that WizLabs is doing good job in giving some practice tests or etc. Something is there. But before that, I usually suggest WizLabs. But I don't stress you to only do this. You can go for whatever you're comfortable with, but make sure that you practice them. Because, as I said, your brain should get habituated to certain kind of questions. Okay, this would be the pattern. These kind of questions would be there, etc., etc. Yeah.
Which lab you are preferring, Anupama? Which lab? What is the name of this site actually? It's a YouTube channel or a separate website?
A website. I don't know if they have YouTube channel or not. Not sure.
Yeah. So we have to practice here, huh? It is a free of cost or what? You have to pay for it.
I think there is a cost associated with it, but they will keep on running some offers, like 50% off or so. It will be very less, you know, some 500 or so.
This kind of training, yeah. Before going to this cloud practitioner, we can attend this kind of.
No. See, after doing this course, you can go for only practice tests. Okay. In WizLabs, you have video courses. You don't need it because you're already taking here. You will have lab. Few labs you can practice it because we are doing here. See, 50% of the 50 to 60% of our course would be on labs only. Okay.
Okay.
And the third thing is practice tests. So I want you to take this, not this, because we are already doing here. And if you are very much interested and I want to go to that also, it's up to you, you know. But practice test is what I suggest.
I agree on the taking the practice test, but which practice test is that? Is AWS
this
solution
one?
or
Which certificate you're doing?
Okay.
On which certificate you're doing, you have to do that particular practice, that practice test.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So mainly in this course, we are mainly almost 90% of thing we are covering the
syllabus. Yes.
If you cover some mock kind of test papers like model questions papers.
staragile team will provide you a website where you can practice them. In the class, we don't do it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So AWS Associate Architect, after completing this, can we take the AWS Security Specialist?
What is your line of interest?
So currently first my concentration is on AWS Architect only. Later, after that, what else? Means I'm interested on security specialist as well after doing this one. So is that, can we take that one as well?
Yes, absolutely, you can take it. So before you take this, you are aware of cyber security. Cyber into, yes, you are into that. See, simple. If you are looking for a platform which is already been having security in place, means in security, what you will learn is there are services which takes care of security. Okay. There are services which has inbuilt security, which you should know. There are services which on security, which you should learn. But for example, how would I say this with an analogy? So if you are into program, if I know Python, let's assume I know Python. Okay, if I know Python, then I can go for the certification because there are services which supports for programming languages. But without knowing Python, even if you learn this, even if you do a certificate, there is of no use because you are not aware of a programming language. You are just by hearting what are the services, how to use them. That's it. The same way, if you want to do the certification on security, first of all, you should know basics of security, like cyber security, how the cyber security will work in which aspects it works. You have network security, you have server security. Okay, so at least you should know some part of security to understand and completely utilize the services in AWS. Okay, because it's an advanced one. Okay. For example, if you want to become a chef in a hotel, first of all, you should be able to work. I mean, you should be able to cook in your home. Then only you can cook for others, you know?
Yeah.
Got it. So basics is important. Then yes, you can go to this. See, for these, for associate and foundational, because they're at higher level, yes, even though you don't know those kind of how the basic level, at ground level, how it works, you can still get some understanding on it and you can do the certifications. But if you're going for advanced, for example, if you're going for networking, first of all, you have to do any certificate like CCNP or NISO. Okay, so CCNP is something like a basic networking certificate.
Yes.
When you're going for machine learning, there are tools where it supports machine learning technology, but you should know how machine learning works, like a Python, a data science, where you can write algorithms like that. Okay. But anyways, what is your skill? What is your interest? Then you can learn and do it over a period of time. That's not a problem. Yeah. So guys, as I said, I am not just a trainer, I'm also a consultant. I can give you a best way because I have trained like from a fresher to like 20-25 years of experience, guys. Okay, so listening to different scenarios, giving different suggestions. And now I think I can mostly give suggestions on each and every field, in whichever field you are into. I can suggest you a certificate and I can just suggest you a path also. Even though it is not part of the AWS, I can suggest you. Okay, so anyways, we are getting a WhatsApp group created. You cannot straight away call me. That's what happens is because you see this session. Okay, we are almost discussing, like the session will be for 4.5 hours. Like if someone calls in between, do I need to attend or not? In your perspective, I should not. I'm in class, right? But what if you call me when I'm in another class? Of course, I should not attend that also. So you cannot call me directly. You can just message me that you have some questions, etc. And if possible, you please keep your questions in the chat only. Because see, if I have a break time, I can just see it and I can answer them. Okay. So if I can't answer, or if I think that I need to call you for some discussion, maybe it happened only in a call, then yes, we will schedule a call. Okay. Anyways, so these are the AWS certifications which are there. Oh my God. So I have other questions. Apart from staragile, we need to pay and even avail cloud practice certificate. Yes, Shilpa. See, the staragile, you are paying to staragile to take training from me, like training of AWS. And once you are done with the training, you have to validate yourself by doing certification. And as I said, it's a globally recognized one. So that it increases the credibility for your profile. Saying that, yes, I have taken the training is one thing. It is just that, exams, in colleges or in schools, once you have done the whole year of whatever education, finally you'll have exams just to validate. Same way, you have taken the training to validate, you have to do certificate. I have completed the solutions architect associate only, Chitra. I have more into teaching in different places. My specialization is more into, for example, I train in academies, like I'm AWS Academy accredited educator. Academy is all about colleges. I'm AWS Restart accredited instructor. So I'm into giving training to different people who are from non-IT people, okay, from non-IT background, okay. And I also take the corporate trainings, the public trainings, etc. So whenever there is a requirement from non-IT background or from colleges, then I would take some accreditation in AWS and then I will train. Okay. So if someone asks me to do some certification to do the training, I'll definitely do it. That's how I am. So I'm completely busy with different trainings all the time. So BizLabs, yes, correct. Before certification, we need in-depth knowledge that we can go think about the certification. I'm sorry, for previous ones, no, see, for associate levels and for cloud practitioner, that's fine. You don't need this much of thinking and all. You just learn about the services and you can do it. But if you want to do any specializations, then you need to have real-time knowledge, okay? Real-time knowledge is must if you want to do some professional certificates, specialization certificates. For associate and foundation, it's not required. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. It's for me, right? You're saying to me only, right? I'm happy for your support and leadership. If it is for me, thank you. If it is not for, if it is for others, that's okay. Any other questions?
So, hey Anupama, hi Rahul this side. So, I just wanted to know which certificate will be good for me if I'm looking into DevOps and all those things. So, DevOps professional is okay, but I'm into monitoring engineer side, and I just wanted to be a site reliability engineer, like a cloud monitoring kind of thing. So,
SysOps.
SysOps will be good.
Yes.
Okay.
SysOps is for you.
Okay. Sure. Thank you.
So guys, what we will do, we'll do this way. I will give you a link where you can find an AWS account creation document. Okay. So that you guys can start creating an AWS account. And in that meanwhile, if you have any questions related to your background, like which one is good for me, etc.
Ma'am, I have a doubt. Ma'am, I have a doubt. I'm working as a senior project manager. So which one is better for me?
Project managers, like you are a people manager or?
Yes, a project manager. Technical project, technical project
See,
manager.
there are two things. See, a manager can be in two ways, where a manager can only manage the people.
No, total everything. Not only for the team.
Team
so
lead.
The delivery, yes,
yes.
The team,
Technical
and,
lead also.
Yes, and also delivery manager, everything.
Then solutions architect should be best for you. Architect, associate, professional. You take care of that.
Okay.
So
DevOps
definitely.
ma'am.
So one second, let me complete. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you are into solutions architect, associate, and professional, you can, in a best way, you can lead your team in building, in understanding how your project is, first of all.
Okay.
And unless your project is using DevOps, then going to DevOps, I mean, it's not a bad idea. But again, you cannot, you see, it's not like this. See, now today I will do solutions architect, tomorrow I'll do professional, and then I'll do DevOps. No, it's not like that. Okay? Slowly. Slow progress when you go for professional certificates, because you need to do a lot of groundwork.
Okay, okay. I understood clearly. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Anupama,
Guys, 1 second, please. I'll definitely answer your questions as I'm doing. What I want to do is, like others may feel bored when you're asking questions, okay? So to entertain them, I'll give a task like creating an AWS account for them. While they will be creating an account, you guys can ask me questions. How does it sound? Is it okay? Is okay, please.
We already have created an account during our DevOps session. Like, is that okay to continue with that, or do we need a new account to create for?
I'll come to that as well. Okay.
Okay.
Now let's pause these questions for a while. Okay. Now let's talk about the AWS certificates, AWS account creation. Yeah. Now, if you already have an account, first of all, if you don't have an account, you need to create it for sure. Because as I said, we will be doing the hands-on lot of in your class. For example, I'll explain a topic. I'll show you how to do it the hands-on in the session. And at the same time, in the session only, I'll give you time for you to do the hands-on. Like I'll create a breakout rooms and I'll ask you to I'll ask you to do the resources, like create the services. Okay. So for that, I don't want to listen any kind of reasons like I don't have an account, etc., etc. That means if you don't have an account, you cannot sit in my class. Okay. There is no way where you will be continuing in my class because that's what we do it in the class. So if you're not doing it, you will not learn anything. So account is mandate. Now, if you don't have, create it. If you have it, just check whether your account age, if it is crossing 1 year, you need to create a new account. If it is not crossing within the 1 year, you need not create. Okay, so the course will be for 1 month, right? So if it is 11 months, 11.5 months, like I prefer you to create, okay? I suggest you to create a new account. But if it is just 1 month, I've recently taken DevOps training, yes. So you need not create an AWS account. Okay, so if most of you are from DevOps, have taken the DevOps training, and then yeah, I can think of doing other tasks. But I would just wanted to know, guys, you can keep it in the chat. How many of you are not having AWS accounts? No, and no in the chat, please. No AWS account. No. No.
Anupama.
Okay. Yes, Rohit.
Yeah, actually, I have created one AWS account and I installed. I created one easy to mission as well. So first time it got
Got
success.
charged.
First time it got success, but whereas second time I created same thing, right? So I'm getting some error. Maybe you can resolve. You can help me out with.
Definitely, of course. Yeah.
Can I share my screen if possible now?
Definitely, I can just something to explain to students. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sharing now right now. Let me know if you can see my screen.
So Anupama, I have created my account just generally to see, and it's almost been 6 months, and I think I have deactivated also because. Whether I need to create again?
Yes, if you deactivate, then yes.
Okay. I have to check.
If you see Rohit's screen, he's saving the password. Shared responsibility model. You're crossing it. You cannot. Okay, change your password and remove it from cookies. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Give me the control. Do you have a poor internet connection, Rohit, like I have in the initially?
Yeah, earlier it was good, but I don't know. It's I have connected another laptop, so you can click on upload sec. No. I can let me open this for you. The first one is working fine, whereas the second one is there, right? So It's having some problem. I don't know. It's not working.
When you say not working means? This one, Pluto. Oh my God. Rohit, let me stop sharing your screen, okay? So, okay. So guys, you can hear me, right? Correctly? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Rohit, I'll definitely address your question. Okay. So just let me know what is the issue. You're not able to start the instance or what?
Anupama, you're asking me?
Yes, Rohit. Rohit.
Yes. 1 second.
No, please don't share the screen.
I'm getting some SSH error actually. So it's running now, right? So let me connect from there.
Connection issue.
See, I'm getting this error actually.
Give me the control, please. There are many ways where we can connect to an instance, okay? Give me the control. I will request again. Rohit?
1 second, let me.
Anyways, guys, you are already into DevOps. You might be knowing few of the services, how it is working and all. Okay. Don't worry if you're not aware of it. See, as you know, I've been doing it from the basics. Okay. So I'll explain you everything what is required. Even if you know, even if you don't know, I'll explain in the same way. Okay. Because there will be a mix of participants, correct? So Rohit, what you do is create a new security group and attach to it instance that should have SSH protocol open. Okay, that will solve your problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me try and let you know.
Yes. So I don't know as a join. Don't worry. See, if you just join for AWS, it doesn't matter. Okay, even if they don't, if it is just that in the DevOps session, they would allow to create an AWS account and then do some sort of things in AWS account. That's it. Okay. But because they have learned in DevOps, I'm not skipping anything. So don't worry. Yeah. Now let's see how to create an AWS account. Yeah. So let me share my screen. Guys, please look into my screen. I'm gonna share you a link, a Google Drive link, where if you can see here, you will see an few folders, and this is basically the agenda, like what we will be covering in the course. Okay. So you can just download everything because this will not change. Okay. Now you can go to assessments. Here you will see all the labs which we will be doing it. If you guys are interested to see what AWS, what Anupama is, want us to do it, you can go to the labs if you understand. Otherwise, ignore it. So every time we do a lab, I will ask you to refer this folder to take instructions from the documents and do it. Apart from my explaining, okay? I'll explain and I'll ask you to also ask you to do a few things, okay? Exam resources, I think I have a single document where after this doing this training, you can do practitioner as well as SAA exam. So I have some resources, you can get it from there. Whatever the slides or the presentations which I would be covering, you will be seeing it here. Okay, I also added Linux just for more information, And this is what you want, where you need to start with technology requirements. So here you will see an AWS account creation document. Please download this and start creating an AWS account following this document. Guys, almost all the instructions are here. Just see the document. Even if you're not able to find it, please ask me because we have a lot of participants. Just I wanted to reduce the flow, the traffic, questions traffic, okay? So please follow this document. Anyways, I created with a lot of what is this called? With a lot of screenshots. Yeah. And there is another document which is requirements. Okay, where you should be knowing what machine should be used in order to work on AWS, like i5 processor, some graphic card, etc. You can just go to this folder, and then refer this document as well as this document to create an AWS account. Okay. Now, before I share this link to you, I also wanted to tell you, if you want to create an AWS account, you have to have credit or debit card information. It's mandate. Okay, it's mandate. So what we are gonna do is, what we are gonna do is, for account creation, for sure you need credit or debit card details, but we will be doing under the free tier, because whenever you create an AWS account, you have some free services. I mean, of course, up to some limit. Okay, there are few services for free for some limit, where we will be taking care of those limits. I will be explaining you what will charge, what will not charge, everything you should be seeing, like noting down and then doing accordingly, where you don't get charged, not a single NP, you'll get charged after this course. Okay, of course, you have to follow me if you don't want to get charged. Yeah, but for account creation, you have to have a card. Okay, where it debit 2 rupees from your account and the credit back. That means it's not charging you, right? Okay, it debits just to check whether your card is working correctly or not, and it will credit you back. Yeah, and you cannot use RuPay card. You have to use Visa card, MasterCard. Your account cannot be too new, too old. Okay, if it is too old, the options which may not be supported. If it is too old, maybe you have not enabled them. Okay, there are some scenarios where your card will not be accepting. You might be frustrated. Don't use SBI. Okay, please don't use SBI. SBI will always create an issue, because see, 2 rupees is something like where, whenever hacking happens, they will try to debit 2 rupees, like small amount, and they'll try to debit a lot of, a big amount, a big sum of amount. So that is the reason by default SBI will just block this small transactions. Okay, so if you have SBI and you don't have any other thing, then you need to try calling bank, get this sorted. Okay, so even after trying different cards, if it is not working, make sure that your online transactions is enabled for your bank account, because AWS is a global company. You have to go for international transactions. Okay. Yep. See, like the only issue you might be facing is just because of your card. That's it. Otherwise, it should be smooth. Okay. Now let me share that link in the chat. Oh my God, again I have questions. I don't know DevOps. So no problem. I don't know DevOps. Not a problem. You need not have your mail IDs, guys. I will give you that drive link here itself in the chat. Okay. Is it cloud practitioner level course or architect level? Solutions architect associate level. Okay. Please share the link in WhatsApp. There is no WhatsApp group created. Okay. Can you please create a WhatsApp group for same training? A WhatsApp group will be created by staragile team, and they will be adding you all by next Monday. Okay, so till what point it is free will be charged after a year. So free tier is for 1 year. Okay, I think I missed this. Sorry. Thank you, Santosh. So free tier will be there for 1 year. Okay, once it crosses 1 year, your free tier will complete, and whatever the service you use, you'll get charged. Okay, so that is the reason I asked, your account should not age an year. It should be within 1 year. So I'm sharing the drive link in the chat. Please click on that link. You have to have a Gmail account at least to access the drive link. Okay, Yahoo or any other account, you may not be able to access it. You have to have Gmail account at least. Okay. Any questions, please? How to deactivate card details in the AWS after completion of the course? So you can straight away delete your AWS account itself. Everything will be deleted. I'll show you how to delete also. Just remind me at the end of the course. Okay. And if you want to explicitly remove the payment details, AWS will not allow you, because account activation account activation card details is required. To continue with the account also, card details are required. So you can only close the account instead of, you cannot remove it, because yeah. All good. Okay. So I have given the link and everyone is busy in doing the AWS account creation. Now let's see the other questions, like, your career related questions, please ask. I will explain. I'll answer it.
Anupama, I'm unable to get that security
Share your
layer.
screen. Share your screen. We'll see. Anyways, Rohit, we will do it in tomorrow. You want me to help now?
Yeah, if you are free, then you can help me out.
Yeah, fine. Share your screen.
Yeah, it's up there. So you are talking about this. You asked me to create another security group, right?
Give me the control. Yeah, thank you. Guys, once you're done, please let me know that you're done with your account details so that I can go further. Yeah.
You unchecked it.
Interview questions are not given. See, I am once you are done with my training, okay. So in the exam itself, sorry, during the training itself, I will give you a lot of options, like lot of questions. For example, just before whatever the modules we have covered, the shared responsibility model, the IS PaaS and SaaS services, the cloud deployment models. These are all interview questions only. But if you explicitly want it, I can search it. I also have it. Anyways, I'll look it into the internet and I can give you few links. Even you can also do it. But if you explicitly want me to do it, I'll do it, Santosh. Okay. Fail to connect to instance establishing. Why so?
I think you are given in security group, you are given any, I believe. Any means you should connect, but SSH.
Any means any, right? Anything. Anything should be fine. All traffic is open, no?
All traffic will do.
When we say all traffic, it comes with SH also.
Custom is there. Is that custom or come back?
Custom, that's fine.
Fine.
Yeah. It's connecting, I think so. There are other ways where you can connect to an EC2 instance, Rohit. Okay.
Can you create one so that I can remove one?
So please wait. I'll explicitly create it tomorrow. Okay. I'll show you. You can only create it and you can connect it.
Actually,
Okay.
the first one is there, right? So Jarvis. So
this is working.
It's working fine. Yeah, I don't know. What is the problem with the second one?
Sometimes it happens. You might be missing few things. But see, if you try to connect from a local machine, it will not throw an error because EC2 instance instance connect is another way of doing it, but it should work. So which AMI you are using? Red Hat doesn't support, okay, instance connect. So this is Amazon Linux, huh? This is Amazon Linux. Okay. See, your AMI is Amazon Linux, the first one.
Yes.
Okay. So Amazon Linux supports instance connect, like connecting from here. But Red Hat will not support. This is Red Hat, right?
Yes. Red Hat
Solved.
only.
Solved. So Red Hat will not allow. Okay. I just stopped sharing. You may need to have any of these. Ubuntu will support. Amazon Linux will support.
What if
Okay.
we specifically want a Red Hat? Then is there any
Then see, that
alternate?
is what. So you have many ways, Rohit. This is just a simple thing. Instance connect is just for simple, it's like banded solutions. If you just want to connect it, and then if you want to do a few things like 2-3 commands, and then I want to close it, then you can use instance connect. But ultimately, there will be few tools like we use Git Bash, or you can use Putty. There are a lot
Yeah.
of external
Yeah, I
tools
do
where we
have.
can use it. From there, it will connect.
I do have Git Bash. From there,
Okay.
will it connect?
Yes. I'll show you tomorrow how to connect, etc.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll wait for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Anupama.
Yeah,
Thank you for
that's great.
support and time.
I am playing a functional tester, business analyst role. Business analyst. Business analyst. I don't like to go for automation. Which link, Vail Morgan? Which link you're talking about? The drive link? I think I've already shared. Okay, take it now. Priya, a quality assurance testing. Now, you don't want to go for any programming language, ma? Let me see the. Priya, you talking something?
Yeah, no, Anupama, I don't want to go for a purely like a coding, like especially in automation, learning some new tools. I'm not interested.
So what do you mean by a business analyst? What is, can you just give me a one
So,
line?
so currently I'm doing a business analyst role, like gathering the requirements, writing, and since I'm in an agile project, writing and user stories for the developer to go with for deliverable the requirements.
Then solutions acted is the correct one.
Okay.
Solutions acted, SysOps also will work for you. So solutions acted, SysOps, and then going for solutions acted professional. Start with solutions acted, ma.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Thank you, Anupama.
If you go for SysOps, you will have some sort of idea of this analyst part. Some extent.
Okay.
Anubhav, one question. So if account is already created with like which is registered with one particular email ID, we won't be able to use it, right? For free tier again.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Could you provide, it would be very helpful. Yeah, I'll give the interview questions, okay? I'll share it here itself. Give me 1 minute, okay? Attending the course now, but we are having only one of us attending. Do we need 2 laptops for exercises? Funny situation, Ramya. Do together, one after the other. Help each other. Okay? If you have another laptop, it would be great. It would be great. Otherwise, it's up to you. Okay? So what is data analyst certificate? Data analyst is very much related to data science, machine learning, algorithms, understanding code, Python. Yes, coding language is required. Data analyst is now demanding jobs, demanding technology. If you would, I would ask. I'm from SAP. You have a SAP certification, Srikanth. So you do this solutions act and go for SAP. Okay. There are other certificate with other services which you can learn related to SAP, like Glue, AWS Glue and all. Okay. Chitra, what's up?
I know the web page is for registering the account, right? It's not same as your attachment. I'm just going through
Shoot.
what I did. So I have given the credit card details, and then it asks me to confirm your identity and asks me to give the contact number. I think following my details, it would send me a SMS
Mm.
because at the bottom of the page it says send SMS.
Mm.
So is that right? Still, what I'm doing, right?
Please continue. Yes, please do
Yeah.
that. Whatever
And
they're
then the
asking.
card payment, it would take, it shows me $1. So that payment would go, isn't it? It's not fully free.
No. It will credit back.
It will
It'll
credit
credit
back.
back.
I
Yeah.
see. I see. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Mm.
Just checking with you before I
Yeah,
go
fine.
forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chitra. Yes. Perfect, ma. Correct.
Yeah.
I have experience in sysadmin, build, release, full stack developer. Whoa. Super. Venu, please do the developer and DevOps. Super. Okay, that will be best for you. Where can we check when a account was created? Share your screen. I'll show you. Someone share your screen. I'll show you where to check. What is the age of your account? I'm working for application support. Kiran, if you're working for support, unmute yourself and say me what is your program, in which programming language you're working for. Kiran Kumar. Which application support? Is it completely like tickets, etc.? Kiran, you're there. Please guide me. Sorry, for what? Shoot, I missed Srikanth. I'm currently working in testing domain. Which certification would be better for me? See, if you are interested in development with testing, please go for developer SysOps, DevOps, or developer DevOps. But if you are not interested, then you need to jump on the other side. Solutions Architect, SysOps, Solutions Architect Associate plus Professional. Srinidhi. Okay. See, a lot of testers would be there. Testing is now it is testing mixed with DevOps. Okay. So what I suggest is learn a programming language. Anyways, you are into testing. Okay. So in DevOps, programming language is a part, testing is a part. So what you can do is you can go for DevOps. What I would suggest is, okay, you are sharing your screen. Now what I would do is I would ask for control. Regarding the SAP, solutions acted with SAP. Okay. Shilpa, you need to give me the control. Okay. So under your name, you will have billing dashboard. See, whoever is having the same question, how to check the age. Under your name, go to billing dashboard. Okay. And again in the left navigation, go to bills. Here you will see you created in December 2022, ma. Okay. So presently you are seeing this year's, but if you have created before, you will see something like this. If you click on it, it will show you when from where it is there. Okay. So show me how to deactivate. See, it's not deactivating, deleting the account. So you please go to account. Go to account and scroll down completely. Okay. See, here you'll have close account. Okay. Yeah. Shilpa, you can stop sharing. I'm a senior developer. Developer. Super. Which certificate? Developer certificate. Sachin? Developer, DevOps. With solutions architect, of course. See, please start with solutions architect. As I said, at least training. Then go for developer certificate with DevOps. Okay. Yeah, Chitra.
Yeah, I know I have completed this AWS account creation. Now on the sign in page, it asks either to sign in as a root user or
Root.
a IAM user.
Root.
Okay. Right. Okay.
So did I answer all your questions? Did I address everything? Yes. Am I missing anything? Please let me know in the chat or unmute yourself. One shot, two birds. I'm allowing you to create a AWS account. I'm also addressing your question. Good now, everyone is busy here. September 22. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You can continue, ma. That's not a problem, Avinash. Okay. Actually, I H1B start in Jan. My consultancy people asked me to learn DevOps, but I'm working as system admin in Hyderabad. Shravan Kumar, you are going like you want to do or you are doing MS probably after going to a different country. Work like through your organization, like on site. No consultancy. Oh my god, that is too risky, Shravan. Okay, it's up to you. Ullas JP. You can just click on next till you get the option to install. Okay, you need not change anything. Okay.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
Shravan, if you are going through consultancy and if they're asking you to learn DevOps, please learn. There is no other option. Okay. If you are into sysadmin, that means SysOps, developer, DevOps. That should be your path, career path. Okay, Shravan. Okay. So make sure you have enough support there. I mean, apart from your work, what I'm saying is because you're going through consultancy, not through company or not for studying. So this is very risky. Now, like there are a lot of layoffs happening in companies, and a lot of people who I know, like they're like dropping this idea to go to very different countries due to this layoffs. Okay. So make sure that you have someone in there supporting you if there are any consequences which you don't imagine. Okay, Shravan?
So Anu, my situation. So like someone before talked to their side like a project manager and also looking at delivery. Similar me. So I'm not into project manager. I'm into test management. I'm doing a test manager role here. And before that, my profession was testing. So I mean, majority touching base, security side testing, data science testing, all that I have done in the past. And I live in UK. I'm not in India. So my experience, if you ask, being a test manager, it's been more than 8 years, and I have been into IT for nearly 17, 18 years now. So, and I deal projects where they do cloud transformation now from their legacy platform to cloud. So it's more of delivery side, I said. This is my own interest that I wanted to know more in cloud and then build my career path into architecture side.
See, even though you are into testing and a testing lead, if you just said that you are into migration phase, okay. So
Yeah.
when you say migration, see, as a manager, usually they will learn a lot of things, okay.
Right.
It is not limited to them, yeah, limited to one skill. So what I suggest is, like for your situation which you have just explained, architecture is good thing for you because when you say migrating, it's all about, okay, how do we migrate? There you don't see testing. Testing is something which is narrowing into one skill, okay.
Yeah, but it cut across different technologies. When we do test,
Correct.
it could be
Yes.
functional,
Security
it could be
testing.
non-functional. Yeah, as you say, security, different things we cut across, right? So
Yes.
like few other test folks talking to you like what we do, then you were suggesting DevOps. So
But
I'm
no,
like,
no, no, no. For you,
yeah.
no. For you, for your role, solutions architect is correct. But after doing the solutions architect and then you're comfortable in your whatever you are, then you are going to DevOps is fine. But now, see, DevOps is something is for developers, ma. But why I'm asking you to go for DevOps? Because you're a manager. You should be able
Yeah.
to lead them. Okay, in your project as well as whenever migrations are happening. So your first preference should be into architecture only. Then only you go for into little detail like DevOps.
Right. Yeah. So
Hmm.
I don't know, for some reason it's going on mute. So the DevOps will be down towards the career, isn't it? If I take some technical role after doing a management role and thinking of doing architect or a consultant level, I'm thinking at the moment. But again, if you tell me that after you finish architect, think of DevOps. So it's just growth in terms of finance. Like say certain band I am now, I'm earning this much, but later if I do that sort of role, would I start from the beginning in the career side, finance perspective?
No,
Ma'am,
you are already.
Chitra ma'am, I have a query to you. It's a better you can go for a PMP, ma'am. It is better for you because now you are planned for to move to product management, right? So, hello.
Yeah. Go on. I'm
It
listening
is
to
better
you.
for you have to take the course for a PMP. Because 2014 I done a PMP. Then after nearly I have more than 18 years of experience in IT over the year. Actually, I started in 2002. Nearly 2 days I was working as a developer and project lead, everything. Then 2014 I joined as a project manager, technical project manager, and then CTO now. Currently, I'm working as a CTO. So because after I done PMP, then my personal increased little by little. So gradual increase. That is the main reason. One of the main reason I instruct you to go for PMP. It is better for you, I think.
Yeah, can I pause you there? See, the thing is, PMP, like I'm seeing that as a conventional model that works. Now, no, the companies, mainly if you see UK and all, they all go on a product delivery phase. So they don't think of having a people management. You line up some team and then you manage them. That culture, no, it's going totally subsided. So they are like growing like horizontally, like you deliver a product. What is the technology that you learn so that you guide your team, you apply the best practice and you improve the delivery. So day by day they need a feature, they need a product. So that is why I did consider that as my one side of vision to the career. Then I thought BMP is totally deteriorating if you see. So rather PMP people suggest Scrum Masters. So Scrum Master also I see in my teams people doing that role. It's not really, I mean, to me that it's not really giving any challenge, or I don't think that is really a good thing. That's why I thought, okay, technically let me grow. Basically, I'm from computer science, so I thought architecture is my world. When I was studying, I like that subject, so I thought, okay, let me go. Cloud will be a good thing because the future hope is that side. So thought, okay, I'll get in.
Okay.
So is my idea right, Anupama? That's what I'm just trying to get it from you. Well, Murugan, thanks for your points as well.
Thank you.
Hey, yeah, Chitra. See, I'll tell you. You know how DevOps works?
Yeah, I have seen my team working on DevOps, how they work.
Perfect.
It's like all CI/CD pipelines they build and then they move.
So you have joined with DevOps with the AWS here?
Yeah, that's right.
Perfect. Now you see, Chitra. You have already taken the DevOps training, or you will be taking?
No. This is my first class. Today I joined AWS and I think I'll continue later.
Okay. So now that you would be taking DevOps, so you would be learning how DevOps works. You're already taking it, right? You have already enrolled, correct? Now that you know how things works later, like after the course. Now what I'm asking you to do is, AWS DevOps is something which is an advanced when compared to the normal DevOps which you will be learning. Okay. Now I would be on my word saying that you go for solutions architect. You anyways will learn DevOps in another month, next month. Okay. Now you will have two things in your mind. Like you have two skills straight away. Okay. So whatever the DevOps training which you have, you please completely full-fledged learn about it. Okay. And do the solutions architect certification in the AWS. Now, once you're comfortable, now you have two skills where if they are looking for DevOps support, you can do it, or lead, you can lead them, or if they're into migration, you can lead that as well.
Right.
Okay. Now, if you
Okay.
explicitly, then after few months or so, then you would know, like, then there is a way where you need to go for an architect or DevOps. Then you think of it. If this thing is like, see, what I suggest is architect will get the highest pay in the market because
Right.
he is the one who would be dealing with the customers. Usually managers are the one who would be talking to the customers all the time. If you know how to build an infrastructure, you would be successful. You would be leading your project effortlessly.
Perfect. Yeah. Right. Okay. So that's the path I was thinking. And also just wanted to know why we are attaching DevOps to the AWS. Is that any way it helps for the
Yes.
certification?
Simple. See, people who have already taken the DevOps training, they are saying that we have AWS account. Why? They're using AWS. Simple. So
Right.
AWS with
Okay.
DevOps is a great combination.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Anupama.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me see the questions. I'm from banking background. No software knowledge. Trying to switch domain for better growth. Hence trying to get software industry through AWS. Please suggest my way through. Shilpa, unmute yourself and say that how many years of experience you have in banking background.
I have 6 years experience here in banking.
So
That is
are you
not
okay to
into
start?
core banking.
That's fine. Anything. It's not technical, right? It's not IT.
Yes.
So do you mind starting your career from scratch?
I don't mind because compared to IT industry, our pay scales and things would be very low. And forget about pay scale. I always think about upskilling or learning something new.
Perfect.
Staying
If
in
you
one.
have that kind of mindset, Shilpa, might be you might be thinking that I'm telling a lot of things to learn, but it is necessary if you're starting your career in IT completely from non-IT. Okay. You enrolled for DevOps?
Yes.
Okay. So now you will be learning AWS and DevOps. Learn a programming language, Python.
Okay.
That's it. You're good.
Okay.
Okay.
So it will be
So
interview.
1 month AWS. Hold on. 1 month AWS. By the time the DevOps training starts, you have done the training one?
No, not yet.
DevOps one? Not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
Immediately it will not be started, so don't worry. So once you're done with the AWS training, you make sure that you're completing the certification before DevOps starts and as soon as possible at least. Okay, you can do parallel. But what I suggest is just concentrate on AWS first, complete it, and then you go for next DevOps training. Okay? And if they have any DevOps certification, do that. Okay? After that, learn Python.
Okay.
Now you try for jobs, there will be no reason why they don't hire you.
Okay. So actually, I mean, it would be easy for me to get through the certification also, right? Because I was afraid that I'm not into any knowledge of software. So all these things would be very new for me. So
See,
that's
there
the
I'll give you a story. I'll tell you a story. Okay, there is a person who is working in a government, like he's a police officer. Okay, he's working from many years, like 15 years. You see his age, okay? And now he got frustrated and he's like fed up with whatever the job he's doing, and like continuous job, and then he want to move to IT. Okay, of course he worked hard. Okay, and then he has done almost many certifications in AWS. Now he's working in Amazon itself. Now tell me, do you think it's not possible?
Any age, learning is never
Exactly. So don't worry about that. Okay, if you have a mindset of learning, just do it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So yes, Deepthi, you have to have a new email address for that. Business operation. Can you please elaborate? So session, what is the time? Oh my goodness. Guys, tomorrow what I will do, we will see how to, we will see few, we'll start with a new service first of all. And before that, I'll show you I'll walk you through the console. Okay. And I'll also give you a few tips how to work on AWS services, etc. Yeah. And then we will do a service and I'll allow also you to do it in the class. Okay. So guys, if you're done with the creation of AWS account, and if you don't have any questions, you can leave for the day. See you tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Let me address other questions. Business operations, Radha Raman Sharma. Nice name, yaar. Can you please say me what exactly is business operations?
Ma'am, actually, I am taking care of technical part. Hello.
Yes. Go on. Listening.
Taking care technical parts like server deployment and configuration of servers like this.
SysOps, Radha.
Pardon?
SysOps certification. AWS SysOps is
SysOps.
good for you.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm.
Thank you.
Yeah. Only Python or full stack Python we have to learn after DevOps training. Python? You start with Python, no?
Okay.
No, Radha, not to you. Like, I'm addressing the questions in the chat. Can you please tell Anupama what? Yogendra, what you're asking, please? I didn't get. I don't find interview questions in the drive. I'll give it tomorrow also. Don't worry. I'll be there. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow. I mean, for 4 weeks. Okay. I'll share it. I'm busy in addressing the questions. Definitely, I'll share the interview questions. Okay. Chalo, guys. Any other questions, please? I have 1 minute. Oh, 1 minute. If I can address any questions in 1 minute. Yeah. Okay. No problem. So see you tomorrow. I hope everyone has created AWS accounts. As I said, you cannot continue in my session without AWS accounts. It's mandate. Yeah. Because tomorrow I will see who is having issues in AWS account, because without that, no ways. Yeah. So SysOps administration have more opportunities? Nothing as such. I mean, see, we cannot say that, okay? SysOps is just a part of IT. Okay. Nothing like more or less. Chalo guys, thank you so much for joining. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Good night. Happy sleeping. So right side top, you will have an option. You will see your name and then you have to click on that and then you say sign out. That's it. Oh, so how do I need to sign in? Root user. Yes, Varun. Root user only. Okay. Yeah. Thank you guys. Bye-bye.